Dirter.
Tradoon.
Dirter.
Tradoon.
Blue is cheap.
Dirter. Dirter.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Uris YOO gifted a tier 1 sub to Grim_Deviant. They have given 4 gift subs in the channel.
Hello. Without a doubt, you came here today to learn about the most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet, the dinosaurs. But today, in contrast to those magnificent beasts, the creature we will be examining is admittedly less impressive, even puny in stature, at less than 2 meters tall. It is the paleontologist. Normally, it is elusive, but now, using the latest in streaming technology, we can see for ourselves. Shall we?
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Feeding almost entirely on plants, it has no sharp claws or fearsome teeth.
There you go.
Being so preoccupied with the study of ancient life, the fossil scientist seems to exist only to dig up, examine, and discuss fossils.
The same dinosaur.
Although many of his kind are shy and reclusive, ours here has learned to communicate over vast distances, broadcasting his strange sounds far and wide.
Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is indeed true in human face bone, birds are dinosaurs.
His bizarre display is fascinating to watch.
Now this next
Creatures like this are quite rare, requiring very specific conditions to survive.
Buddy, thanks for the hydrate. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Pretty cool, right?
So that it does not die out like the fossil organisms which it studies, we must work to protect this rare and curious creature from extinction.
In at number 8, we have the
Well, hello, everybody,
introduce.
and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Wild Lucas, thank you for the 10 months at Tier 2 now. I really appreciate that. Here, let's get a different song for, starting up here. That'll work. Yeah. Welcome, everybody. Happy Monday to you. I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. And I'm glad you're here. Holy cow. We're going to have a fun stream today talking about these guys. Sauropod dinosaurs. This just came in the mail on Friday. We'll get to that in a minute. Sculpin, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that, Sculpin. Thank you. Holy cow.
1 is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
I really appreciate that, Sculpin. Thank you for that. 5 people in the chat won't have to worry about any ads. 5 lucky mammals. Until I'm already out in the field. I'll be out in the field digging up dinosaurs for like a week before they have to watch any ads. So thank you, Sculpin. But yeah, holy cow. Very excited about this. I couldn't resist. We'll be talking about it. So yeah. We're going to be talking all about sauropod dinosaurs today. The very biggest dinosaurs, the very largest animals to ever walk our planet. I would say the largest animals to ever live on our planet. Whales notwithstanding. Whales cheat. We'll be talking about why, too. Anyway, let me introduce myself, though. Let's get this other camera booted up. Cross your fingers so it doesn't crash OBS here.
Spared no expense.
Thank you, Lenina,
Lenina gifted a tier 1 sub to Tabscan.
for
They have
gifting
given
Tabscan.
306
Lovely.
gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Lenina. I appreciate your generosity. Thanks for helping keep me here on the air, Lenina. For anybody just tuning in, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, as you can probably guess. Looking at my office here. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. It's definitely fewer than like 20% of all paleontologists work on dinosaurs. I would say it's probably closer to 5%, but I had an interesting conversation yesterday. My mentor from UCMP from back in the day, she said it was closer to like 15% maybe of paleontologists ever publish a paper on dinosaurs. At least a vertebrate paleontologist. Anyway, paleontologists are fossil scientists, scientists who study fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. I am very, very excited to be able to bring everybody out to the field with me in just a few weeks here. Holy cow, is it creeping up. We are going to be out there digging up dinosaurs very, very soon.
Hopefully you can see and hear me right now, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Really glad you could make it today. Welcome. I'm broadcasting to you live from the desert of eastern Utah.
Get those closed captions
digging here in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation. And I'm going to be bringing you into the quarry in just a minute to show you what we've got coming out. But yeah.
Anywho, gonna be out here in July in Utah digging up more dinosaurs there. Showing you what it's like to dig up dinosaurs live from the field. And using that phone strapped to my arm there to read chat and answer your questions. Anyway, this is in July, from mid-July to mid-August, but prior to that I'm going to be in Wyoming. At the end of this month, May 30th, we plan on already being out there. May 30th, first day of streaming live from the field. Very, very excited about that. Cannot wait. So stay tuned for that. And then that'll be the entire month of June. I'll be streaming live from the field as often as I can. As close to every day as possible, I will be streaming from the field to show you what it's like to do fossil science. To dig up dinosaurs. To drive the field of paleontology forward. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to do this kind of outreach, and I cannot wait. It is going to be excellent. So anywho, yeah, it is coming up fast, Lenina. Here, but before we get into talking about our lovely sauropod dinosaurs, let me go through chat real quick, and the top of chat has already disappeared. But let's see, we've got Kodali and Matt M33 and Lenina. I think they were probably first today. Welcome, welcome, three of you. It's good to see you. And Lenina, thank you for your moderation work. I appreciate you, Lenina. Appreciate you very much. And Kodali and Madam 33, you're always here super early, and I'm impressed. Thank you, thank you. Smorphosaurus, how are you doing? Good to see you, too. We've got Gravity 1963. Hello, hello to you, Gravity. I'm always so happy at how enthused you are to be here, Gravity. I appreciate that. It's good to see you. Pepsi Junkie, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. We've got Recio, or no, just Reese. Recio. Reese, it's good to see you too. Baja Smancer, hello, hello. Greetings, people of the Paleo. Greetings to you too, Baja Smancer. I'm glad you could make it. Welcome. Grim Deviant says hello there, Danny and everyone in chat. Hello to you too, Grim Deviant. Go for Fluffernut, howdy, howdy. Steely Dan, how are you doing? The semicolons, hello, hello. The Big TN, and Golganek. Golganek, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Mayfield Pemberley, Nova Ninja, Grainy Pantaloons, Paleo Lord, MS Coggins, Eddie Scarin, Neilf, Niffler. Trying to go quickly through these so as not to get too bogged down. Too late. Big Boy Draws, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it.
One Subway.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, Big Boy Draws. It's good to have you here. I don't know if I've seen you here in chat before. Did you change your name or something? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Nova Ninja, thank God you're streaming, starting to lose faith in Twitch. Why do you say that, Nova Ninja? Huh. Looney Source, it's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Jimbo Slice, howdy, howdy. Sculpin, how are you doing? Kodali says, we need a redeem for ukulele songs. It turns out, the more people we have here, it seems like the fewer people actually like the ukulele songs. And they take a long time. I don't know. That's why we've been doing far fewer of them. Most people like the ukulele songs, but there are few people who really, really dislike them. And yeah, I don't know. Sammy Kean, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Scrap Metal Dragon, hello, hello to you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Balint, Science Streams, it's wonderful to see you too, Balint. How are you doing? Hope you had a great weekend. It's good to see her. Yeah. Afro Bandit Girl, hello to you. How are you doing? Yeah. Swims with Whales, hello to you too. How are things? It's good to have everybody here. Yeah. And it's good to see you too, my friend. Thank you, Balint.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Reese.
Reese YOO gifted a tier 1 sub to Afro Bandit Girl.
Thank you,
They
Reese.
have given
I appreciate
5 gift
that.
subs in the channel.
I appreciate that very much. Afro Bandit Girl, enjoy not having to watch any ads until I'm already out in the field. You'll have like 5 days of ad-free fieldwork stream viewing. Thanks to Reese. Thank you for your generosity there, Reese. And thank you for contributing to our sub goal. It's pretty high this week. Because, well, shoot, I've got a... It's like sub revenue always drops a little bit when I'm in the field. And, I'm gonna have a lot of expenses this summer for field work. Plus, we've got a very special event tomorrow. Tomorrow is my 4-year streamiversary here on Twitch. It will have been 4 years tomorrow, 4 years ago that I started streaming on this platform. And we've been able to do some pretty cool things in the past few years, past 4 years. So we'll be doing kind of a retrospective, looking back at some of our first streams, looking back at some of the cool things that we've been able to do on this channel, just talking about what it's been like to do science outreach on twitch.tv. How does that sound, Mini Pie? Does that sound good? You've come to say hello. How are you doing, Mini? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome, Mini Pie. Yeah. And tomorrow we party. Yes, indeed, Gravity. Tomorrow is the 4-year Paleontologizing Streamiversary Spectacular. We've got some special things planned. I'm going to dress up. We're going to be showing a bunch of cool old clips and doing some really neat stuff. So, I hope you're as excited about that as I am. Yeah. Paleontologizing Rewind. There you go, Mayor Space. There you go. Yeah. And Otter Do It says 4 years. Wow, that's almost a full year. Right you are. Mini Pie, why are you pushing the camera all over hither and yon? Why are you doing that? You gonna say hello to the Brachiosaurus? Yeah. As you can see, we've got this lovely new gigantic Brachiosaurus. For once, there's a sauropod toy that actually, you know, is impressive enough in scale to truly honor a sauropod. I like it. Anyway, yeah. Dinosaur Dave, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Grim Deviant, did I say hello to you yet, Grim Deviant? Welcome, welcome. Mini Pie, how are you doing? It is good to see you. And Lenina says, did they get the feet right? No, they did not. No, they're totally wrong. I'll show you in a bit. Mini Pie, you need some brushing. Look at all of this. Look at all this loose fur on here. That is just gonna go everywhere. We need to get that brushed. We need to get that brushed. Come here. Hey. Come here. Yeah, let's get you brushed. There we go. You get brushed, and then you get treats. I wanna condition you in an almost Pavlovian sense, where you know that you come here to get brushed, and then you get treats. Yeah. I know that's harder to do with cats than it is with dogs. Cats are significantly less socially inclined. But, you know what? That's okay. And it then did. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And Mech Matt, how are you doing? It's good to have you here. So much hair, Mini Pie. So much hair. Look at all that. Look at all that. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Cats refuse to stand still, says Jody Fish. Well, yeah, that might be true in general. It's especially true of Mini Pie. She can be pretty rambunctious. Just pushing the camera around. What are you doing that for? What are you doing that for? Oh, sorry, I almost pulled you off the desk. There we go. There you go. Okay, time for treats. Time for treats. Let's get these done. And Dinosaur Dave, that sounds awesome. Yeah, I'm sure I and the people in Discord would appreciate some pictures or video. Whoops, that is way too many treats. Sorry, Mini Pie. Let's grab some of those. There we go. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about sauropods. What do you know about sauropods, Mini Pie? Sauropodomorph dinosaurs in general? Do you know about them? She would probably like watching them through the window if they were still around. But she might also be scared. She'd be less scared than the other cats. But if those animals really did shake the ground as they walked, well, I'm sure that'd be very interesting to cats.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And Golganek, thank you for gifting Jody
gifted a
Fish.
tier 1 sub
I
to
appreciate
Jody
that
Fish.
very much.
They have
I
given
do.
429 gift
Yeah.
subs in the channel.
Very cool. And Australotitan. Oh, very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Very, very cool. Look, you got another one right here. Eat that. No? You don't want that one? You're just gonna drip saliva on it and leave it? I don't understand, Mini Pie. I'm not sure I understand.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
Reganation gifted 3 months of tier 1 to the _mayor_
And
of
thank you,
_
Reganation. Holy cow.
Gifted 224 months in
Do
the
I
channel.
appreciate that? Thank you, Reganation. Good stuff. Really appreciate that. I still need to try and... Well, I need to follow up on that with Twitch staff about getting Mayor Space's permanent subscription because it went to a different user somewhere else on the platform with a very, very similar username. I think it was just Mayor _of_space or something. But yeah. Anywho, yeah. Australotitan is just a really big Diamantinosaurus. I would not be shocked at that, Dinosaur Dave. But yeah. Anywho, good stuff. And Golganek, thank you for gifting
Really
Swimmers with
spectacular,
Whales.
spared no expense.
I appreciate that,
Golganek
Golganek.
gifted
Thank you,
a tier
thank
1
you.
sub to Swims with Whales.
Good stuff,
They have
good
given
stuff.
430 gift subs in
Yeah.
the channel.
I really appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you. Diagonal says, it's ironic that sauropods do not have lizard-like feet. Yeah, the name sauropod means lizard foot, and they do not. They do not have lizard-like feet. Although, well, maybe kind of. Their toes do kind of splay to the sides, out like that, especially in the back. So that is kind of lizard-like, if you only look at the bones themselves and if you don't account for the pillar-like nature of their limbs. And yeah. So, this model right here, you will hopefully appreciate its full scale in just a minute as I bring it closer to the camera. But I was a little bit, I don't know, I saw this pop up on, I forget where it was that I saw it online. I checked the price on it, and I thought that would be really, really cool to have here in the office, to be able to break this out anytime we're talking about sauropods. I put it on the wish list in case somebody wanted to spring for that, and I don't know, I was thinking about it. This was like last Sunday night. I was up late working on a paper, and then I just thought, shoot, if that thing goes out of stock and I'm not able to get it, and I miss my chance, I will be kicking myself for years that I didn't snag one of these. And so I went and placed an order. And then it turned out that some other paleontologists did the same thing, so I feel kind of vindicated there. Here's Darren Naish, who is the head paleontological consultant on prehistoric planets. And what have I done? He got himself one too. His showed up, it sounds like, the same day that mine did, on Friday. And yeah, so I'm not alone in my desire to have one of these. Maybe you can 3D print new feet for... Yeah, Mayorsppace, that's actually not a bad idea. And his model collection is insane, Lenina. He's got a huge number of different tetrapod critters. And I think they're even... Well, no, they're not quite organized taxonomically, it looks like. And they're not just tetrapods. I see some ray-finned or chondrichthyan fishes in there, too. But anyway, this one is pretty large. I saw this, and I thought it would be a good thing to scoop up. Take a look at this. It is pretty gigantic. I mean, take a look at that. It is large. And it's posable too, which I think is a neat touch. This is modeled after the Jurassic Park Brachiosaurus, which, if we're trying to be as paleontologically astute as we can be, it's not really Brachiosaurus. It's a different dinosaur called Giraffatitan from the Brachiosauridae. But yeah, exactly, Claire Burr. Giraffatitan, yes. And Casey Snowart, this is... How tall is it? Shoot. Let's measure it out, shall we? Got my meter stick. This is 1 meter right here. Fully extended. Probably. This is 73 centimeters tall. And you pose it thusly. How long is it? At full stretch, it's over 1 meter long. I'd say it's about I don't know, 110 centimeters long. It's sizable. It is sizable. Pretty impressive. Yeah. And I'm glad I was able to scoop it up before it went out of stock. I don't know if you can get these anymore. So anyway, I was pretty excited about that. And I'm glad I was able to scoop it up. If I hadn't had such generous support over the past couple weeks, I would not have been able to afford this. So thank you to very generous supporters over the past couple weeks. This is here because of you. Yeah, how big would a hatchling be? Smaller than this, Loonisaurus. Smaller than that. So the very largest dinosaurs, you know, of which Brachiosaurus is, you know, it's a big sauropod. It's among the largest of dinosaurs, I suppose, if you make that a pretty broad category. They would have had hatchlings much smaller than this. A baby sauropod dinosaur, a baby Brachiosaurus, for instance, would have hatched out of an egg smaller than about this. Smaller than a football or a soccer ball. Care Bear Bonfire. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for dropping in there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, so a baby Brachiosaurus would have hatched out of an egg smaller than a soccer ball, smaller than a football in the rest of the world. And would have been a little bit smaller than this guy for sure. They would have grown from this to a critter about 40, maybe even 50 feet tall. You know, like 13 meters tall at least. In about 20 or 30 years, probably. These guys grew incredibly quickly. Or at least sauropods in general did. I don't know if we have good growth rates for brachiosaurs in particular, but for titanosaurs and for diplodocid dinosaurs like Diplodocus or Apatosaurus or Barosaurus, we know that they grew remarkably fast. Very, very, very quick. Yeah. And, but yeah. And congrats on getting that essay done, Salamander. Excellent. Good stuff. Yeah. And Sheepdog wants to know, did any dinosaurs give live birth? As far as we know, no. No dinosaurs gave live birth. And that might be one of the keys to their success. And one of the keys to their tremendous size, for the sauropods at least, is that they could get incredibly large, and their populations would be fairly resilient in the sense that if for some reason there's a population crash, you know, a bunch of adults die in some sort of natural disaster or something like that, population could be back up to full strength within like 20 years. As opposed to an animal like an elephant, which just gives birth to one baby at a time, maybe once every 3 or 4 years or something like that. Instead, one mama brachiosaur, or one mama sauropod dinosaur, might lay a clutch of 20 to 30, maybe even 40 or 50 eggs. I don't know what the... For brachiosaurs, we don't have good numbers on this, but I think titanosaurs laid something like 40 to 50 eggs at a time. In one clutch. I'll have to look that up, actually. Don't quote me on that. I don't know if it's 50. It might be closer to 20 or 30. The point is, if the majority of those babies survive, or even just a small proportion of that total survives, you could replenish your population pretty quickly. Young critters would have a fairly high mortality rate for sure, but, you know, some years maybe none of the babies survive. Maybe they all get eaten by predators or succumb to other causes, but other years might be boom years for them, where a bunch of them might survive, and then a bunch of them might reach adulthood, and yeah. So yeah, that ability to have a bunch of babies relatively quickly, and probably lay a clutch of over 20 eggs every single year, that's one of the keys to these guys' success. If that makes sense. Yeah. And, yeah. Oh, and thank you, Lenina, for posting that from Smorf. Styracosaurus. Oh, nice. Looking good. Yeah, the hands look a lot better now. Good stuff, Smorphosaurus. Good stuff. Very nice. Yeah. Anywho. And Dinosaur Dave, Ultrasaurus. Yeah, we'll probably talk a little bit about Ultrasaurus today, aka Ultrasaurus, which is actually the same dinosaur as Supersaurus. And there are some paleontologists who think that Supersaurus might just be a very, very large Barosaurus. They might be the same critter, or they might be two species within the same genus, or they might be Supersaurus may have evolved from Barosaurus, but it seems to be pretty close to Barosaurus in its affinities. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Reese says, doesn't it take elephants like 2 years to give birth to a baby? Yeah, the gestation period for an elephant is, it's a lot.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. Let's see if I can... Nope. That's not gonna do it. Let's take a look at this. This elephant fetus is ready to be born. And let's make sure that our audio here is not copyrighted. Nah, looks like we're good. So this fetus is nearly 2 years old and weighs around 100 kilos. Holy cow, that's like 220 pounds. Yet it started life as a ball of cells less than 1 millimeter in diameter. Yep. Just like that. And this looks like the young of just about any other mammal, like the same shape for the fetus. By the time it's 14 weeks old, the embryo is still only 20 millimeters long.
Still, I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
It has indeed, Ironbark. Thank you for the 21 months of support. I really appreciate that, Ironbark. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, it takes this embryo like 2 years to develop. It might even be like, I think it's 22 months or something like that. Is it 18 months? I forget. It's a crazy amount of time. Yeah. They are, long time it takes that bun in the oven to bake. 22 months, says Eddie Scarred. Thank you. Yeah. And so, this is a strategy that it worked for elephants in good times. It does not necessarily work for elephants in bad times. This is probably one of the reasons why most of the Pleistocene megafauna went extinct at the end of the Pleistocene. It's either due to climate change at the end of the Ice Age or due to human overhunting. They just could not replenish their populations fast enough. So this is what we call like a K reproductive strategy, where you have very few young, but you invest an enormous amount of parental care in them, and a long time to develop in the womb and everything else, as opposed to an R strategy, where the young are born much smaller. There's many more of them, and there's less parental care involved. That's an R strategy. Elephants are K. Sea turtles would be a good example of an R strategy, where there's just a bunch of babies. Most of them don't make it, but in a good year, maybe a bunch of them make it, and then you're able to replenish your populations more quickly. Does that make sense? Yeah. Here's a link to this video right there from David Barlow. Cool stuff. Yeah. Clear versus crocodiles split the difference to a certain extent. Yeah, they do exhibit some parental care, but yeah, and a lot of dinosaurs probably split the difference as well.
Cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Kills for Fun, thank you for the 100 bits. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Casey Snowart, how are you doing, Casey? Welcome. And I don't know if that was a computer model or actual footage. Let's take a look. The shots used in the sequence and others like it can be found in the David Barlow Film Archive. So that might actually be shot with an endoscope. I don't know. Yeah. Huh. I'm not sure. You have the link, so you can investigate yourselves now if you'd like to. And, but yeah. And Static Life Photo says, the extremity of this in human babies stuns me constantly. Yeah, the extremely altricial nature of human babies. Yeah, they can't even hold their heads up. They can't even hold up their own head for weeks. That's, yeah, Static Life Photo. Baby sauropod dinosaurs would have been very different.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you,
Danny,
Reese.
smart paleo thing.
Oh, Miss Yvette, thank you for the 100
No
bits.
expense.
I appreciate that too.
YOO gifted a tier 1 sub to KILLS4FUN7.
And Reese, thank you for that gift to Kills. I appreciate that, Reese. Thank you. Like, we are on our way to our huge goal this week. A huge goal for a huge week. Huge animals today. And Naderfiend, how are you doing? Welcome. Let's see here. Here's what we're looking for. Oh, well, I hoped it would show them hatching out first. Let's see. I don't know if we're gonna find that. Let's try, Dinosaur Planet. Titanosaur hatchlings. Not Prehistoric Planet, Dinosaur Planet. Oh boy. What was that episode called? The one with the Titanosaurs. They look like Saltosaurus. Alpha's Egg, that's what it was called. Yeah. Here. Oof. Yep. Yeah, just like the Bee Gees, Mayor Space. Oof. It's amazing to think that the biggest animals to ever walk our planet started off like this big. There we go. Dinosaur Planet. Yeah. Let's start off. We'll watch the beginning of this, and then we'll move on to some more sauropod stuff. And Inko says they grew due to space to expand genetically. Could you rephrase your question? I'm not sure I understand what you're asking, Inko. Could you word that in a different way? Yeah. And Inko says, well, we know that some animals on islands dwarf due to lack of food. Oh, it's not always due to lack of food. Oftentimes, it's due to a lack of predation pressures. So, creatures like elephants, if placed on small islands, generation after generation, they will evolve to become smaller. But that's not necessarily due to a lack of food. Not necessarily. There might still be more than enough food on the island, but they grow smaller because normally there's pressure to be super big in order to be able to not get eaten by predators. Large size is one of the reasons why mammoths and other elephants grew to be so tremendously huge. And so you remove that pressure, and they can be optimized to be smaller. So it's really lack of predation pressure that I think makes more of a big difference than just fewer resources. Does that make sense? Yeah. Sauropod dinosaurs like this, one of the reasons why they got so very large, we think, is because of predation pressure. The bigger they get, the less likely it is that they will be killed and eaten by a predator, and the bigger they get, the more young they're able to have. And so those genes for gigantism just, spread throughout the population all the more readily because they can have more and more and more babies the bigger they get. Does that make sense? The bigger you get, the less vulnerable you are to predators, the more egg-laying seasons you have, and the more you're able to pass on those gigantism genes to your offspring until they basically just kind of take over the population. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. And the neon sauropod. I'm glad you like that, Claire. Yeah. An otter? Really? There you go. Yeah. And the larger the animal, the better the odds. In a lot of cases, too. Ugh, cat hair. Anywho, you get the idea. Let's get to the babies. Big carcharodontosaurs. Yeah. Jimbo Slice says, do all egg layers generally sit on their eggs? No, very few egg-laying animals actually sit on their eggs, what we call brooding behavior. We do know that some dinosaurs did that, but most dinosaurs did not. Most dinosaurs were too large for that relative to their eggs. It's really only the very bird-like dinosaurs, generally dinosaurs that walked on two legs and had feathers. They're the only ones that we think actually brooded their nests. Everybody else would have laid their eggs in a pit in the ground, like an earthen nest that they would dig out. That kind of thing. We'll be talking more about this on Friday, actually. Leading up to Mother's Day, we're going to have a special stream about Maiasaura, the good mother lizard. That'll be a fun one. So, yeah. We'll be talking about different dinosaur nesting strategies and stuff then.
But the paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On
Indeed.
the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Ellen118, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. So like crocodiles, yeah. A lot of birds also do not sit on their eggs, I think. No, hang on. I might have that completely wrong. Do any modern birds not brood their eggs? Ratites do. Emus, cassowaries, tinamous, penguins do. And seriform birds do. Passeriform birds do. Actually, I can't think of a counterexample. I think pretty much all birds will brood their eggs today. Yeah. Cuckoos don't. Skegwin and Grinspills. Yeah. You are both correct. Yeah. Those nest parasites. Yes, indeed. Yeah. The eggs are brooded, but they lay their eggs in another bird's nest. They sneak them in there. So another bird will care for their young. What about kiwi? Kiwi do sit on their eggs, Kleber. Yeah. Yeah, they don't always cover the whole egg, but they do brood their eggs. Yeah. But yeah, Papa Kiwi, I think it is the male kiwi who does that, Clever, yeah. Yeah. And penguins technically don't sit. Well, okay, Sketch went. It's a good thing you put a kappa there because, yeah. Well, they kind of rest their butts, but that's also how they stand, so... I don't know. Yeah. But yeah. And Jimbo Slices, I was thinking it might be better to lay eggs versus mammal style, but how much time do they spend watching or sitting would change a lot, and different animals have different strategies for that. There is no one-size-fits-all answer. You've got different reproductive strategies that work in different environments for different critters, under different climate regimes and different settings. There's... Yeah. And there are some animals, like I think there are certain species of snake, and maybe shark too, where they can switch.
The most dangerous dinosaur around.
And murderous squirrel, thank you for the 33 months. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for your ongoing support, murderous squirrel. It's good to see you. As I was saying, it seems like I think there are certain species of snakes and certain species of sharks where they can either give birth to live young or lay eggs, kind of depending on how they're feeling. Like, they can switch between oviparity, egg laying, and then ovoviviparity, where they don't lay the eggs, but they just kind of keep the eggs internally. The eggs hatch internally, and then the young come out of the birth canal. So yeah. And Andrew Memerick says, could there be a dinosaur bigger than a blue whale yet to be discovered, or would that be impossible? No, there are, Andrew Memerick. We've already got them. All of the biggest sauropods are bigger than a blue whale. Patagotitan's a good example. There we go. Yeah. So comparable in length to an A320 airplane. 12 meters longer than Hope the blue whale at the NHM in London. Patagotitan is an enormous animal. One of the largest dinosaurs that we have so far. We will be talking more about this critter in a little bit as we get into what is the biggest dinosaur. Spoiler alert, it's still kind of a mystery, but we'll be talking about why. But yeah, these dinosaurs were significantly longer than blue whales and maybe about 70 tons heavier? When you consider that whales are essentially weightless because they live in the water and they have neutral buoyancy. Whales did not evolve to support their weight on land, you know? Whales don't weigh anything. They live in the ocean. Aw, sweetie pie. Is that right? Yeah. Isn't that right, sweetie pie? How you doing? You having a good day? Thanks for joining us. Yeah. And 201 times, holy cow. Yeah, cats. Many cats. Oh, and double cat. Oh, did somebody do it twice? Shoot. We ought to have a limit rate on that. Whatever you call it, where you can't do two of them in super quick succession. Mini pie. Oh, it's sweetie pie. Sweetie pie's moving the camera around too. How you doing, sweetie? How are you doing? Oh. It needs to cool down? Yeah, Lenina, it does. I didn't set it up, so to figure that out. 2/3 of the way to a cat trick? Yeah, we just need a moon pie appearance. And I think... Oh. Moon pie was in here earlier, hanging out, but she has gone elsewhere in the house now. Yeah. It's good to have you here, sweetie pie. It's good to have you here. Cat Eclipse. There you go, Cast the Dreamer, yeah. Yeah. How you doing, sweetie? You being sweet? Looks like you are. It looks like you are. What do you think of the Brachiosaurus, Sweetie Pie? What do you think? Oh, she sees another cat. There's Mini Pie coming through the cat hole in the door. Raising on some fur. I'm a professional paleontologist, you know? Sweetie Pie's just camped out here, and then Mini Pie is staring at her through the cat hole in the door. What are you doing, Minnie? Let's see if we can get them both to appear at the same time. There. I think I know what's right. Mini Pie. Oh, she hears that. She hears that. Let's see. We could have a feline showdown here. Come here, Minnie. Hey. Oh, we got treats on the desk. We got treats on the desk. Yeah. Ooh, smell that? Will you come up here with Sweetie Pie? You did that the other day when we were doing a welcome video. Now you're all shy? Come on up here. When we get two cats at once, come on. Oh. You know where to get them. Let's see. Let's see if we can entice her. Oh, she's walking away. Mini Pie is disinterested, and Sweetie Pie is more interested in looking at Minnie than she is at eating any treats. Cat politics, you know?
We've got a amazing 70 million year old dinosaur egg. And
Petrodactylus? Well, well, well.
Cool!
Kitty.
Petrodactylus, thank you for the 20 months of support. And Sweetie Pie is eating those treats. She's so gingerly about it. Let's put those over here so the viewers at home can see Sweetie Pie. There we go. People love to watch the cats eat. But thank you, Petrodactylus. 20 months is a long time. That's almost a whole year. I appreciate that. And so does Sweetie Pie. So does Sweetie Pie. Good stuff. Nom 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 indeed. So yeah, anywho, sauropod dinosaurs, they got absolutely gigantic. Find you another figure showing this here. Yeah, that'll work. A lot of infographics, pretty similar here. But yeah, Patagotitan 121 feet. They're almost certainly over 130 feet long. Full grown. And the chances that we found the largest one, super, super slim. These animals probably got larger than this still. We've got 3 specimens of Patagotitan that I'm aware of. And, so a sample size of 3. How many measurements do we have of different blue whales? At least 20. I know they're not a particularly easy animal to measure, but, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, 82 feet is your average female blue whale. I think the world record for a blue whale is something like 100 feet? 102 feet, maybe? So the world record blue whale is significantly shorter than, you know, any of the 3 specimens of Patagotitan that we have. Anyway. The estimate that we have for Patagotitan based on 3 specimens. That's probably a better way to put that. But yeah. And Petrodactylus, that's why we're talking about sauropods today. Yes, indeed. And I love that you say Giraffatitan, because this is Jurassic Park's Brachiosaurus, which is actually based on Giraffatitan. We'll be talking about that in a bit. Yeah. Anywho, and Andrew Memorex. Oh yeah, this has been scaled back. Peru Cetus. This critter was probably about half the size, or smaller. It's at least smaller than they were claiming here in the original paper. I don't know how this made it through review in the first place, but yeah. And Camille Leon VT. Is that VT like Vermont? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Is that a chameleon emote? Very cool. Oh, I love it. Welcome, Camille. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and before I leave for the field to dig up some dinosaurs in just a few weeks here, we're streaming from my office, and we're talking about sauropods today. These are some pretty cool critters. We're talking about why. And technically a VTuber, but I love dinosaurs. Well, welcome. Oh, VT is VTube. I thought it meant Vermont. Well, welcome. It's good to have you here. And Andrew Memerick says, who decides on what a dinosaur whale weighted? Could you rephrase your question, Andrew Memerick? 'Cause I'm not sure I understand. Dinosaur whale. Dinosaur whale weighed. So what's a So this is just a whale. It's not a dinosaur. Dinosaurs are a very, very different group from mammals. Not related. Show you. I think a lot of people have this impression that if a creature is extinct or lived a long time ago, then it's automatically a dinosaur, and that's completely wrong. Not your fault. It's just we as paleontologists need to do a better job of talking to people about this. But really, this kind of gets into, like, Biology 101, which, due to creationist influence, most people, in the US at least, don't know the first thing about biology. It's not their fault. These sorts of things are usually not taught in schools. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. That's true of all living things. We classify living things based on their ancestry, based on what they evolved from. When we say that, you know, a dog is closely related to wolves, we're not just saying it looks similar. We're not just saying it has similar vibes. This is not like the question like, oh, is a hot dog a sandwich? That stuff doesn't matter. That's vibe-based. That's, you know, a matter of opinion. When we're talking about different organisms being related to one another, what we're talking about is actual relatedness. What we're talking about is that they actually share a common ancestor. That you can trace their ancestry back to the same common ancestor pretty recently. So with dinosaurs, in order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from this dinosaur ancestor. That is, by definition, what a dinosaur is. So pterosaurs, the flying reptiles, what many folks in the general public call pterodactyls, these guys are very close cousins to the dinosaurs. They share a common ancestor. In the same way that you share a common ancestor with your cousins. You and your cousins have the same grandparents, right? It's kind of the same with dinosaurs and pterosaurs. They have the same grandparents, the same ancestor there. Same with crocodiles and dinosaurs, but you got to go back a little bit further. You can go back further and further and further to where dinosaurs rendezvous with turtles, right here, in Archaeosauria, or with lizards down here in Sauria, or then with other more basal reptiles down in Sauropsida, the reptile group. In order to get to whales, you got to go way over here, take a left, and then go up to mammals there. So mammals and dinosaurs last shared a common ancestor about like 360 million years ago, something like that. Around the same time as Archaeothyres, one of the basal-most synapsids, 306 million years ago. Oh, yes, okay. It might be like 315, not 350, but 315 million years ago that dinosaurs and mammals last shared a common ancestor. So yeah, does that make sense? But yeah, and Andrew Memrick says dogs are domesticated wolves. Yeah, dogs evolved from a wolf ancestor. So they're both canids. They both belong to the same group. And domestic dogs are, strictly speaking, like a kind of wolf, basically. Yeah. And we say that because they came from a wolf ancestor. It's all about ancestry when you're classifying different organisms. What actually matters is what they evolved from. This is the most fundamental principle in all of biology, basically. And it's truly tragic how few people here in the United States ever get to learn that in school. People like, religious fundamentalists and creationists, they fight tooth and nail to keep this sort of thing out of the classroom. They don't want you to know about it. Which is deeply frustrating to paleontologists, to zoologists, to evolutionary biologists, to botanists, to everybody who studies living things. We're just... It's a source of endless frustration. So yeah. Anywho, but yeah. And Petrodactylus says, I will be forever sad about how pterosaurs are mega extinct. Yeah. No more pterosaurs. But dinosaurs are still around. We still have the birds. Birds are a branch of the dinosaur family tree. Birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. So that means birds are dinosaurs. Yeah. But pterosaurs are not. And unfortunately, they went extinct, along with all of the dinosaurs, except for a few species of bird, at the end of the Cretaceous period. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. And you have a friend who has 2 pet dinosaurs? Very cool, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. Birds are super neat. Okay, but, Andrew Memrick says, how do they estimate the weight of an extinct animal? There's a few different ways that you can do that. And I will show you a clip of one of them. That was... here. Let me find the... There we go.
Alexander of the University of Leeds in England is also studying the size of the supergiants, but he's taking another approach. To determine just how heavy the sauropods were, he's conducting an unusual experiment.
We've only got bones of fossil dinosaurs, so there's no point weighing them. But we can work out how heavy real dinosaurs were by using models.
This model sauropod is 50 times smaller than the real thing. By dunking it and measuring the amount of water displaced, Alexander can calculate the weight of the beast itself. He estimates Argentinosaurus weighed between 80 and 100 tons, with the potential to be a whole lot bigger.
If you're going to be
pretty cool
big, you need thick legs to support your weight. And if you look...
And hang on, this method right here, the way that it works is that you take a scale model of a dinosaur, and you've got basically like a multiplier. You can tell the proportions. So say it's 1/100th the scale or 1/50th the scale of the full size animal. This model is 1/50th the size. So you measure the amount of water that it displaces. It gives you the volume of the animal. You take that volume, you multiply it by 50 to get the volume of the real animal, and then you have to find a numeric coefficient. You have to find a number that represents the density of that dinosaur. And that's where a lot of guesswork is involved. Trying to come up with, like, per unit of volume, like for every 1 liter of dinosaur, how much did it weigh? That's where this method gets a little loosey-goosey. If you're going to assume that these dinosaurs were super, super dense, then you're going to end up with a much, much higher number in the end. And you're going to overestimate how much the animal weighed. But if you realize that these animals are actually not super heavy, they're not super dense, they're kind of full of air, then you get, a lower number. But that's one of the ways that we can estimate how much these animals actually weighed. Yeah. And, interesting how the density might be estimated, says Mary L. Yeah. So here, let me show you. This is, when I was in, I think, 6th grade. 6th or 7th grade. I think it was 6th grade. I did my science fair project on this. I'll show you. I was using a figure from this textbook. Dinosaurs, the textbook by Spencer Lucas. This was like one of my very, very favorite books in 5th and 6th grade. It's a college textbook, but, I had always been, you could say obsessed with dinosaurs, I suppose. You wouldn't be wrong. Here, let me move this so I can use my desk camera here. There we go. Yeah, estimating the weights of different dinosaurs is explained in one of these little boxes, and I'm so happy that I could find some kind of way to actually do my 6th grade science fair, maybe it was 7th grade, 6th or 7th grade science fair project on dinosaurs. Where is that? Predator-prey ratios, gigantothermy. What's that? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Your own estimates of dinosaur weights. So this kind of walks you through how to do that. So yeah, a liter of water weighs 1 kilogram, and the average living crocodile weighs 0.9 kilograms per liter, almost neutral buoyancy, just a little bit lighter. If we apply this to our Stegosaurus, the weight of the dinosaur with a volume of 7.762 liters, should be the volume of your model, scaled up, 1,000 times or whatever, times 0.9 kilograms per liter, 6,986 kilograms. I was really proud of this project. It was a ton of fun. Really, really enjoyed it. I put together what I thought was a really, really cool presentation. And then at the science fair competition, I got 2nd place. Everyone says that I got cheated. But, yeah. The person who got 1st place was a gal that I actually had a huge crush on in middle school. And, she did her project on magnets. And then she printed out a bunch of resources and put them in a binder. It may have been like Wikipedia articles about magnets or something. This is when Wikipedia was like brand new. Or at least it was relatively new. And that's what got her 1st place. But this is before the actual science fair night. And I had a video presentation that would play alongside my trifold science fair thing. Yeah. So, something like this. My dad and I put together a video presentation to go with that, and everybody was lined up to watch it, and And then they're like, why does this have a second place ribbon on it? And it was honestly, one of the other teachers told me that the teacher who judged it felt pretty embarrassed about that. So, I don't know. But yeah, that is cool, Anita. I agree. But yeah, so that is an actual method that is used by paleontologists to estimate the masses of extinct animals. Some people will say that method is like, oh, it's kind of old-fashioned, we just use computers for that now. And that's not necessarily the case. Essentially, when you're creating a model like that digitally, you know, when you're running calculations like that, it's the same process. You're just, you know, it's just a slightly more complex. So anyway. Z Black Rider says, my project on colloidal dispersion got no love from the judges. It sounds complicated. Interesting. I don't know anything about... I know next to nothing about chemistry, so... Yeah. And Diagonal says, Wikipedia was garbage in those days. It kind of was, yeah. Anyway, I wasn't super upset about the whole thing because... I don't know, if anybody was going to get first prize... The gal that I had a huge crush on at the time was like, okay. But, yeah, she was a little embarrassed too. It's like, I don't know why you didn't get first place, Danny. Anywho. And Mary L says, so 10% less than the density of water for a crocodile. That's the thing, though, is that crocodiles, I think, are a pretty terrible, an analog for dinosaurs in this case, because crocodiles evolved to be neutrally buoyant in the water. They are aquatic predators. A crocodile and a dinosaur of the same dimensions, except for weight, the crocodile will be heavier than the dinosaur. Because dinosaurs had to support their full body weight on land. It's in the same way that, like, a whale is going to be far more dense than a sauropod dinosaur. Because whales they're playing by different rules. They're in the water. They could be neutrally buoyant. They're essentially weightless. In the same way that, well, even more so than a crocodilian is. Because crocodilians at least go up on land. Whales don't. A whale's up on dry land, that's a dead whale. You know? So yeah. But yeah. And that's interesting, Diagonal. Yeah, is that like a spectrograph? Or is that spectroscopy? Is that what you were explaining there? Yeah. And I'm sure you'll forget the whole thing by the time you reach 25. There you go, Fall Machine, yeah. Yeah, that's when the dementia kicks in. Thank you, Fall Machine. Yes. So anyway, yeah. Just to reinforce this concept, let's watch this again and segue it into the next part.
Just how heavy the sauropods were, he's conducting an unusual experiment.
We've only got bones of fossil dinosaurs, so there's no point weighing them. But we can work out
spectroscopy. Oh, cool.
How heavy real dinosaurs were.
That's neat,
by using models.
This model sauropod is 50 times smaller than the real thing. By dunking it and measuring the amount of water displaced, Alexander can calculate the weight of the beast itself. He estimates Argentinosaurus weighed between 80 and 100 tons, with the potential to be a whole lot bigger.
If you're going to be big, you need thick legs to support your weight.
Yep.
And if you look at modern animals, a gazelle has thin legs, an elephant has thick legs. Make this animal's legs thicker, and eventually they're going to touch. That limit would probably be reached when this beast got to about 400 tons.
A 400-ton animal would be about the size of a 747, yet Argentinosaurus reached only 1/4 that size. Something kept it from getting bigger. Nature. The larger the animal, the more land it needs. A creature that got too big would eat its way into extinction. The land that supports millions of ants won't support even one elephant.
And that means that wherever you find 2 elephants in Africa, you might have been able to fit in a giant sauropod.
Probably fewer. Probably more elephants per sauropod. Yeah. And this absolutely captured my imagination as a kid. You know, say what you will about Bob Barker.
Welcome to another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
Crazy2, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Say what you will about Bob Barker. Fair? The man's a showman. This blew my mind as a kid. Check this out. Part 2. Hey, it's Kid Banksy. There you go, Check Nerd, yeah. He does make it look easy, Water Drop. He does. I love that they use that as kind of a framing device in this episode. We will return to this. I think we might be talking about Amphicelius in a minute.
From the start, a creature's size is limited by the size of its egg.
Not necessarily.
If a chicken were as big as a sauropod, it would lay an egg the size of a Volkswagen.
No, it wouldn't. Eggs don't get that big. What are you talking about? You can't make an egg that big without it collapsing on itself. There's like a physical limit to how big an egg can be on land, a hard-shelled egg, because the thicker the eggshell gets, the harder it is to break. So the more difficult it is for the baby to hatch out of its egg, the more likely it is that it'll die when it's trying to do that. And also, the thicker the eggshell is, the more difficult it is for the egg to breathe, for the embryo to be able to actually, you know, take in oxygen through the pores in the eggshell. Eggshells can't be thicker than, like, I don't know, 1/2 centimeter or something like that. They just can't. And so there's a physical limit for how big an egg can actually get. Yeah.
Yet sauropods laid eggs about the size of a soccer ball.
The biggest sauropod eggs. Yeah.
About the size of this football. So how big a baby can you get in that? Imagine this chap here, fold his tail round, curl his neck round to the size. You could just about get him into an egg this size.
Yep. So again, this gigantic plastic brachiosaur here, which I'm really excited to have now. This is significantly bigger than a hatchling brachiosaurus would be. Hatchling brachiosaurus would probably be about that tall. So yeah, like maybe 1/3 the size of this guy. This is 3 times bigger than an actual hatchling brachiosaurus would be. Which is wild to think about. Because an adult would be able to look into a 4th-story window. You know, easy peasy.
The eggshell itself limited size.
Hey, Rachidactylus. Yes, indeed.
The egg might collapse under its own weight.
Yep.
Too thick, and the baby might not escape.
Yep.
If Argentinosaurus started off no bigger than a soccer ball, how long did it take to reach the size of a barn?
Much shorter than you might imagine. And sauropod eggs were spherical, Kleber. Yeah, well, just like the one that you saw earlier. Just like that. Yeah, that's like an actual model of a sauropod egg. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And
now the dinosaurs rule.
And Camille Leon VT, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And Jakandar, how are you doing? Seems like you've got an important question here. Just got hit with something I cannot find a consistent answer on after almost 8 hours of searching. I figured this would be a collection of people who may know. A creationist family member said that we have 0 complete dinosaur Are they a creationist, or are they like a flat earther? Because this is something you also hear from flat earthers. Like, oh, no one's ever found a complete dinosaur before. We literally have thousands of complete dinosaur skeletons. Literally thousands. Many of them in beautiful articulation. It's literally thousands. I could show you examples just right here. Some of them are exquisitely well preserved. Even have feathers on them. Sinosauropteryx is a wonderful example. Zhen Huanlong, another beautiful example right here. Gorgeous. Microraptor. I don't know how many specimens of Microraptor exist in China. It's literally, I think, hundreds. Dozens, if not hundreds, for Microraptor in particular. Caudipteryx is another wonderful example. We've got, I don't know how many absolutely complete skeletons, all in articulation like that. Just gorgeous stuff. So many. And then, the bigger the dinosaur is, the more difficult it is to actually get the whole thing buried in the first place. But we do have that for some, dinosaurs as big as, a Ford F-350 or something. Like Eutyrannus is a good example. We've got some big Eutyrannus specimens that are pretty much complete like that and beautifully in articulation. Concavenator is another good example. Yeah. There it is right there. So we've got a bunch. We've got a whole bunch. It's a thing, We even have it for a few sauropods, although they're usually juvenile sauropods. Forgot the raw in Camarasaurus. There we go. That's I think the Cincinnati specimen? Or is it the Cleveland specimen? I forget. Of, maybe Pittsburgh? I don't know. It got shipped out east somewhere. But Camarasaurus, right there. I think they may have accidentally dug through 2 of the caudal vertebrae. See that little gap in the tail? But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There's a figure of it as it was being dug out, an illustration of it. But yeah. So we've got a ton of complete dinosaur skeletons. It's a place called Ghost Ranch in New Mexico, where you've got literally hundreds of Coelophysis skeletons. Many of them, totally complete. Sometimes they're all bundled up together, just like a bunch of pickup sticks. All of these animals they probably didn't die on top of each other, but they got washed in, through river action, basically. They very well may have died in a drought, and then when the rains returned, They were washed downstream and got stuck on a sandbar together like this. All their carcasses together. So yeah. And Jackandar, no, that's an important question. I'm glad you felt comfortable to ask it. Yeah. And Golganek, thank you for gifting Jackandar.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Jackanader. They have given 431 gift subs in the channel.
I left a syllable out. Jackandar, thank you so much, Jackandar, for asking your question, and thank you, Golganek, for gifting Jackandar. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I hope. I know it's sometimes frustrating to have conversations with people who either claim to not believe in dinosaurs, which I don't think anybody actually really believes that in their heart of hearts. I think people are often just trying to be contrarian about that sort of thing. But yeah, I don't know. I've had conversations with family members who are like, are you sure that these animals are really existed? Are you sure they're not just fossil kangaroos or something like that? You scientists just have wild imaginations. No, I am sure. Yeah. But yeah. Petrodactylus, wasn't that a... Didn't Joe Rogan say that at some point? He had a guest on who said that or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's shocking that you do get people who claim to not believe in dinosaurs, and they're always just looking for attention, you know? It would take an extraordinary amount of willful ignorance to actually espouse that kind of a belief and really actually believe it, you know? It would be like saying that you don't think that, I don't know, a certain brand of car exists, you know? You'd be like, it would be like, I'm awful suspicious of some of the claims of the automotive industry, you know, Hondas, Chevrolets, even Pontiacs. I can accept their existence, but Mitsubishis? I've never seen one. I think they're a hoax. I think they're made up. I'm very smart, by the way. I don't know. Sometimes people are just starved for attention like that, and so they'll say wild and wacky things, because that's the sort of nonsense that gets rewarded, you know, on an internet that's kind of built on clickbait. You know? And Subarus, yeah, right. Silken Bar, there you go, yeah. 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 Anywho. Reelerolo says, and they also get to vote. You know, to be honest, Reelerolo, most people who would, like, espouse those kinds of ridiculous beliefs are not the kind of people who believe in voting. You know? That's, that tends to be a Venn diagram with not much overlap. You know? Usually those people are, like, too cynical to vote. I guess unless they're voting for Trump. But, yeah. The Venn diagram between that and flat earthers, there's a tremendous amount of overlap there, in my experience. But yeah. And they tend to be apathetic. Exactly, Marielle. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, we were talking about... Oh shoot, where did that go? I got rid of that tab. We were talking about eggs. There we go. Talking about eggs here. Yeah.
Imagine this chap here, fold his tail round, curl his neck
And
round
they're
to the
diagonal,
side.
exactly, yeah.
You could just about get him into an egg this size.
The eggshell itself limited size. Too
In
big,
Golganek, yeah,
and
that's
the egg
true.
might
That's
collapse
true.
under its own weight. Too thick, and the baby might not escape. If Argentinosaurus...
No, I don't know. If you're the sort of person who's claiming, like, oh, you know, dinosaurs don't exist, and also the moon doesn't exist, and you know, birds are actually, birds killed JFK, and also Obama is a bird. You know, people like that who are, you know, very, very high on what we call the Loco for Choco Puff scale, those people are typically not voting. That's my assessment anyway. I could very well be wrong about that. But, yeah.
started off no bigger than a soccer.
And there you go, Rhacodactylus, yeah. Rhacodactylus knows a thing or two about this. This is actually one of the things that he has expertise in. He studies this. So thank you, Rhacodactylus, for being here. And, yeah.
McNeil Alexander believes that by age 5, a supergiant would have been no bigger than a German shepherd. By 15, no bigger than a horse.
Yeah, this is too slow. This is way too slow. So you can't just say, well, this is the size they were when they first hatch out, and then this is the size they are as an adult, and then draw a line like that. That's not good science. That's not a way to actually test this. We have ways of testing how quickly dinosaurs grew, and that's through what we call histology. So coming up with a growth curve like this, just based on, you know, running some numbers, is not really the way to go. What you want to actually do is you want to test that idea by looking at the growth of these animals in their bones. So, here, let me pull up a video with Holly Woodward about this. Dinosaur histology. Here we go. The way to actually test this in a rigorous scientific way is to cut those bones open, as Holly will describe here.
In order to take a look at this microstructure, you start with a fossil bone, say the leg bone of a dinosaur, and you take a slice out of the bone, and then you polish that bone really thin, about 100 microns in thickness, and then you're able to put that under the microscope, and light can pass through it, and you can take a look at those structures. What you see when you take a look through the microscope are holes where blood vessels used to be, pits where the bone-secreting cells used to live, and also bone fiber orientation. So all of this detail is preserved just like the fossil bone is preserved with all its detail. These minute details are also preserved, and we can learn a lot about the extinct animal just by looking at these types of structures. So we can infer metabolic rate, growth rate of the animal from year to year, how old it was when it died. Was it a mature adult when it died? Was it a juvenile? And sometimes even if it were male or female. We are able to infer all of this about an animal that's extinct because we take a look at the bone microstructure of modern animals for comparison. And we see similarities with modern animals. We know how they live, how old they are. if they're warm-blooded or cold-blooded, and we can take those types of features we see in the bones and then look for those structures in an extinct animal's bones.
Bingo.
When we do this,
Yeah.
we're learning more about our past as far as vertebrates are concerned. For example, when did warm-bloodedness appear in the fossil record? By asking these questions, we're also learning more about modern animals and their biology of bone. And because of this, we've learned so much more about animals that we wouldn't have asked these questions, and we are surprised to find out that so much information can be recorded about an animal's physiology within their bone. By doing this research on paleohistology, I not only want to learn more about the past and how these animals, particularly dinosaurs, lived, but also how their descendants, birds and other vertebrates, are living today.
Cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Here's a link to that video. Holly is one of the world authorities on histology of vertebrates, especially dinosaurs. So she really knows what she's doing. How are you doing, sweetie pie? Histology is one of those methods that a lot of paleontologists are really reticent to use still. And part of that is motivated reasoning. In my estimation. The thing is, if you figure out that one of the dinosaurs that you've named is actually just a juvenile of a previously named dinosaur, then that's, it's not the sort of thing that that you might be too happy about, But yeah. And Ricadactylus says, is the reticence also in part because it requires destroying part of a fossil? Destroying is a strong word. But yeah, some people do refer to it as destructive sampling. But
Glue
in
is
a... exactly. Glue is cheap, Murph. Precisely. Yeah. I don't know. Rather than calling it destructive sampling, some of us prefer to use almost a Dick Cheney-esque euphemism. We prefer to call it enhanced sampling. But that's the thing, is you actually get a lot more data out of a fossil bone if you can do histological study of it. It requires a lot less interpretation. It's a lot less subjective. It's a lot more, dare I say, scientific. When you can actually sample it histologically. Isn't that right, Speedy?
That Jane was a
Here we go. Yeah, so, I don't know, I was just having a conversation with a colleague about this this weekend.
Which initially would lead us to believe that she was an adult.
Here we go.
Grown animal.
So yeah.
Focus on while making their determination. One aspect that is yet to be clarified is whether Jane is a juvenile or a fully grown animal.
The whole Nanotyrannus controversy.
7.5 feet high at the hip and 21 feet long, far taller than an adult human. But compared to an adult...
Here, hang on, let me try something real quick. Let's get that, and then, let's copy that source. We'll go to here. Paste. Grab that, bring that down here. We're seeing some live production going on right now, chat. Yeah. And let's see. Edit, transform. No, that's stretching it. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is crop left. 20. No, I want to do 100, let's say. And then crop right. 100. There we go. Nice. close. And there we go. We still need to crop that a bit more. Give me a second here. Can I just do shift? Does that work? No, that squishes it. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. I don't know the hotkeys for this. But, let's see here. Let it transform. There we go. That's what we want. Excellent. Lovely. Now I can just toggle that on and off when Sweetie Pie decides that she's going to sit here in front of the camera. We've got our cat cam. And now we've got this too. Good stuff.
T-Rex, Jane was roughly half the size.
In Jane, we see
alter control. Oh, gotcha, Lenina. Okay.
Initially
That's
would lead us to believe that she was an adult animal, but then as we started to prepare her more and look at more of these bones, we realized that there was a lot of bones that were not fused, which may indicate that she's a juvenile.
Well, but fusion is just not a good indicator of maturity or immaturity in the first place. You know, I was having a conversation with Kevin Padian about this weekend. And he was like, yeah, reptiles will fuse and unfuse their skeletons during ontogeny. We know that crocodilians do this. They literally, you know, especially in their skulls, crocodilians at different stages of growth will fuse their bones up and then unfuse them. Fusion is not a good indicator of maturity in dinosaurs, or in archosaurs in general. Maybe it is in birds. I don't know, but birds are super specialized for flight. So, yeah.
Anotyrannus was first named. They said that that they CAT scanned it and it looked like it was all fused together. Well, it's all together, but it's not fused together. In fact, our biggest tyrannosaurs fall apart. I mean, they're not fused together either.
Yep.
An important development unfolds.
Here we go. So doing
Greg
histo
Erickson,
like
a noted
this
paleobiologist at Florida State
is really the
University,
only way to
conducts
tell
a
if an animal's mature.
groundbreaking Tyrannosaur bone growth experiment.
I mean, obviously, if it's a hatchling, it's not mature. But you know what I mean. You know, if you want to actually determine this in your edge cases, which turn out to be a lot of cases, then you got to do histo.
Results of which may have a large impact on determining Jane's identity.
And isn't fusion kind of a mammal thing for age? It is much more straightforward in mammals, but even there, it's not perfect. You know, I've seen deer and elk skulls where, you know, one half of it is fused and the other half is not. So it depends. It depends. Sweetie Pie, you are totally eclipsing the camera. My goodness. Look at that. We need, like, an additional light on you over there so that people can see your beautiful, cute face. Here. We need, like, an additional light setup here. I should see to that, because that could be interesting, Sweetie Pie. Here, hold tight. Let me see if I can get that. There we go. Is that better? Yeah. What are you doing, Sweetie Pie? Put your face down by the camera again. We want to see your cute face. Turn around. Oh, now you're going to come over here. Okay. Now you're going to leave? Alright, well, no, there's too much light. I got to find a way to toggle that on and off remotely. You're too much, sweetie pie. You're too much. There we go. Oof.
So what we do is we utilize growth rings that we find in the skeletons of dinosaurs.
There we go.
These animals, very much like living reptiles today, laid down annual growth lines in their skeletons. In other words, their growth slowed down for part of the year. And this left a distinctive mark in their skeletons. It's very much like counting tree rings is the way it works. You can count up those rings and figure out how old an animal was at the time of death, just as you can do the same with a tree. So what we do is we actually literally select bones from these animals and cut them open, and we count up those growth lines. But it's not such a simple process of just looking at them. The rings are actually microscopic, and so what we do is we'll cut a bone open, and we'll take another cut out of it and make a slice. We'll place that on a glass microscope slide. And then we'll sand and polish that down to a very thin level so we can see light through it. And then we'll put it on a microscope, and through the microscope we can actually push light through the specimen, and then we can actually see the growth lines, and then we count them up. And the total count, of course, gives the total age of the animal at the time of death. Jane was 11 or 12 years of age at the time of her death. If we look at the size of Jane relative to that age, this animal plots right on the Tyrannosaurus rex growth curve. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that Jane was a Tyrannosaurus rex. It just means it's consistent with its developmental size with Tyrannosaurus rex.
According to Dr. Erickson's research, Jane is a juvenile. This means that if Jane and the Cleveland skull are the same animal, Nanotyrannus is not the adult species it was originally described as.
Spacebar does that. That's interesting. If I have this source selected. Yeah. Anywho, there's a general consensus that Nanotyrannus is just a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, but there are some holdouts. There are some paleontologists who disagree there, and yeah, it is an ongoing debate. I'll say that. It's not totally case closed. Yeah, there are paleontologists who disagree about that. But yeah, anyway, you saw the growth curve thing here. That's kind of like what Greg Erickson is well known for. That's one of his contributions to the field of dinosaur paleontology, is different growth curves like this for different dinosaur taxa. And yeah, that's kind of what got us on this conversation, was talking about this with sauropods.
A German Shepherd. By 15.
And Jakanadar says, are they disagreeing based on some other portion of the evidence or denying histology? It's kind of other aspects of Tyrannosaur anatomy, of Nanotyrannus, purported Nanotyrannus anatomy, saying that, oh, the forelimbs are much bigger than we would expect in a juvenile T-Rex, or the skull just looks too different for it to be too different from an adult T-Rex to be the same species. And a lot of it just comes down to stuff that is subjective, Like, I just don't buy that, that this could be a juvenile T-Rex because it looks so different from an adult. Most of the arguments kind of come down to that. And I've had some really lengthy conversations with some proponents of the Nanotyrannus hypothesis. And essentially, like, anything that you can do that's less subjective, like, for instance, histology, all of that suggests that the Nanotyrannus specimens are exactly what you would expect if it were a juvenile T-Rex. It would be right there along that growth curve. These are immature animals. Yeah. But there is a specimen. I can't wait for this to happen. But there's a specimen that just went on display in North Carolina. Yeah. There we go.
Dueling Dinosaurs. It's a brand new exhibit that's been years in the making at the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences, right here in downtown Raleigh.
Yeah, the exhibit has its grand opening coming up on Saturday, but take a look. Today we got a special preview.
I hate that name.
This is one of the
dinosaurs.
most daring public
dueling.
Science projects ever.
They just died on the same spot. Or they didn't even die in the same spot. They got washed together, rather.
Have the best preserved and most complete Tyrannosaur and Triceratops in the world.
Today we are having the ribbon cutting for our brand new Dueling Dinosaurs experience. The Dueling Dinosaurs are two iconic dinosaurs that a lot of people know. We've got a Tyrannosaur and a Triceratops.
And notice they're saying Tyrannosaur here. They're not saying Tyrannosaurus. They're saying Tyrannosaur, implying like a member of family, superfamily Tyrannosauroidea. Because there's dispute. Is this just a young Tyrannosaurus? Or is this a different genus altogether? Is this Nanotyrannus? The Nanotyrannus people, the proponents of that idea, think that this is Nanotyrannus, and this is the specimen to demonstrate that Nanotyrannus is valid. We'll see, because apparently there are plans to cut this thing, or those plans have already been carried out and it's already been cut.
And they were found together, which makes them very unique, but also they were found articulated, which means just how those bones were in the body, that's how these two animals were found. And it's two parts. You have the first part that is explaining about the world of the dueling dinosaurs.
Love that color pattern,
And
wow.
on the other side of the exhibit, you get a whole area of how paleontologists do paleontology. I am not actually confident
Nice.
about that one. Really? This is good. And then they're going to see a lot of active research, not just by the scientists at the museum, but also grad students and undergrads, so seeing the next generation of paleontologists doing the work in front of them, and they'll also be taking questions. But I think what draws me to paleontology is what draws a lot of people to it. There are these amazing animals that it's hard to believe that they were here, but they were, and we have so many questions yet to answer about them, and the idea that we don't know everything, we're constantly learning new things, really I love that about this kind of science. We hope that when people come to the Dueling Dinosaurs that they have a great time, but also that they see that they can be scientists too, that science is accessible, that people can ask good scientific questions to scientists. We're just people too, and that they just have a good time and they get something out of the exhibit that maybe they weren't expecting. Like a little.
So anyway, there apparently are plans to help settle this Nanotyrannus question by cutting that critter open.
It's still growing. We can tell that by looking at the specimen in this way. This is actually a pretty common method in paleontology, especially for this type of dinosaur. So one of the things we're planning on doing with the Dueling Dinosaurs is processing the Tyrannosaur in this way so that it'll help us understand that animal even better. And we're looking forward to doing that process and conducting the research to help us understand those animals a lot better as well.
Cool stuff. This video shoot was from a year ago. So that it may have already been cut. It may have already been histosampled like this. Which would be super exciting. I suspect that the animal is a juvenile, and that Nanotyrannus is not a different dinosaur than T-Rex. But I could be wrong. They could cut that thing open. They could cut that thing open and find out that it is actually mature. This was a fully skeletally mature animal. And that would have to mean that I guess Nanotyrannus would be valid. And I wouldn't have to do quotation marks. That could happen. That's the beautiful thing about science, is that, you know, we can argue about these things until the cows come home, but at the end of the day, there is an objective reality out there. There is, not to get too philosophical, but there is truth to be found about this. There is a real answer. And we can find that through careful study. You know, last summer I was out in the field with Nick Longrich, who is one of the main proponents of the Nanotyrannus hypothesis. He just published a paper about that in January. And he was telling me about it last summer when we were in Wyoming together.
I've always been taught wet burlap, but
yeah.
Bone over there.
Here he is, right here.
I mean, again, it's fantastic. It's you know, the one bone we have.
Here we
Lucky
go.
with this site. I mean, this is a fantastic finding, not just because of what it is, but
finding it in this lithology. This is pretty killer. So yeah.
We're getting some camera
Very,
issues
very
there.
cool.
It was a live stream, you know.
Got any questions yet? We'll do that. I might go for a.
Yeah, sure. Looking for bone about 10 feet before stop finding more here. Or it's got a very thick
we're
frill,
doing
or
an
probably both of these.
intro a little
so
bit
it's just
later
like, mass
when Ethan gets here.
iron stone.
So yeah, Jack.
I think part of this was the Starlink was kind of cut out on us.
Appalachia to the east, and so this is basically on the. If we're looking at it from a.
Here we go.
Shield or frill. Yeah.
We're live, by the way.
Yeah, people are saying hi.
So anyway, yeah, Nick Longrich and I disagree about a lot of things, but he's got a philosophy about this that I can agree about.
You're a fan favorite.
And he's like, at the end of the day, you know, we're all scientists, and he says, like, anytime I get into a heated debate with another scientist, he says, you know what? I'll bet you a beer over it. So that's a nice way to just kind of diffuse these things sometimes. Just be like, you know, someday we'll know the answer, and somebody will owe somebody else a beer. You know, it's a way to kind of lower the stakes. Just be like, yeah. And I like that. I like that. So yeah. We disagree about the whole Nano-Tyrannus thing, but at the end of the day, we're both scientists, we're both on the same team. It's important to remember. So yeah. But yeah. And Dark Mock Rising, yeah, right. But yeah. Anyway, and Jadonkus says, how do we know they had colors on their head, or is that assumed? That's speculation, Jadonkus, yeah. Yeah, the thing about ceratopsian dinosaurs is that they had these wacky, and, like, hugely disparate morphologies to their skulls. These are different ceratopsian dinosaurs, different horned dinosaurs here. These are almost all ceratopsids. There's just a couple of basal neoceratopsians down here. Like Zuniceratops, Protoceratops, etc. You don't evolve something like this without it being really showy. The whole point of this is to be like a big, huge billboard, to be like, hey, look at me. It's like the feathers on a peacock, or some other, very showy bird like that. So we can pretty well assume that at least during certain times of the year, maybe there's like a mating season coloration or something, or maybe it's year-round. Maybe it's on males and females too. These dinosaurs would have had bright colors, showy stuff going on their frills. These did not evolve for defense, because these evolved super quickly. And you've got all of these different shapes and sizes that fluctuate over time. These different lineages are constantly spitting out these different morphologies. It's pretty clear that these evolved for display. Maybe not just for mating, maybe for territory, maybe for showing who's mature and who's not. These dinosaurs seem to have... We've got some evidence that dinosaurs may have actually segregated themselves into, like, different age groups. And since these horns and frills changed shape so much as these animals grew and matured, it's a way to kind of, you've got the freshmen hanging out together and the sophomores hanging out together, the juniors and the seniors. We often find dinosaurs together like that with different ontogenic stages. Or rather, dinosaurs with the same ontogenic stage seem to have hung out together, and that may have just been part of their social structure. So it could be that one of the functions for these horns and frills is for, the different age classes of dinosaurs. The 3-year-olds are hanging out together, the 9-year-olds are hanging out together, the 12-year-olds are hanging out together, etc. Because with a lot of these dinosaurs, it seems to be the case that they're actually doing different ecological jobs at different stages in their lives. So maybe they're hanging out and eating horsetails when they're really young, and then they move up to ferns and like flowering plants later on, and then they're tackling palms or sycamores or whatever later on in life. And they're maybe living in different parts of the environment based on that as well, and hanging out together in groups. So yeah. We're still kind of figuring out a lot of this stuff. This is like the bleeding edge of dinosaur paleobiology right now. Is like figuring out why these animals evolved these super weird, showy structures like this, and why they change so much as they grow and mature. It's important to understand. Yeah. And Jadon, I guess you could say that, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And I talked to paleontologists at Mount Isa about their fossil finds. Megafauna and rivers. I don't know the first thing about that dinosaur, Dave. Tell us some cool stuff, I guess. I don't know what kind of megafauna. Are you talking about Pleistocene stuff? Are you talking about Mesozoic stuff? Yeah, I don't know, Dinosaur Dave. Sounds cool though. Enjoy yourself. It sounds like a ton of fun. Yeah. And there you go, Rhacodactylus. Yeah. And more recent stuff. Oh shoot! If they work on Pleistocene stuff, this might be a cliche question. It might be an annoying question, but ask them what their thoughts are on the Pleistocene megafaunal extinction in Australia. Is it due to primarily to climate change, or are they more on the Blitzkrieg hypothesis side of things? Like human influence, humans starting fires, humans doing overhunting, stuff like that. Yeah. Cool, Dinosaur Dave. Cool. And, oh yeah, and paleontologists, I saw the Archaeopteryx thing. That's on our schedule. We'll be talking about that on Thursday, for Thursday Birds Day. Jingmei O'Connor and the 13th Archaeopteryx specimen. Super exciting stuff. It's on our calendar. We'll be talking about that then. Yeah. But yeah, that's some thrilling stuff. Anywho, let's get back to sauropods here, and talk about them.
No bigger than a horse. Argentinosaurus, he says, didn't mature until age 50 or so. Bob Bacher disagrees.
Okay.
This is a baby super sauropod. 3 months old, weighed 300 pounds. Now, we had to grow up from this size to this. 15 years old, full adult size, 80 tons.
15 years old might be a little young for full adult size, but they did grow remarkably quickly. It's probably closer to like 20, 25 years, I would imagine. But these animals grew, like crazy. To say they grew like weeds is to vastly understate it. These were extremely fast-growing animals.
Maximum growth spurt, 1 ton a month. We know they grew that fast because if you cut these bones and look at them under the microscope, they have an open, fast growth texture.
What isn't disputed is why sauropods got so big.
Well, no, actually that's disputed too.
There are all sorts of advantages in being big. One is that you're pretty safe. If you're bigger than the predators, they're going to be a bit scared of you. Another advantage in being big, if you're a plant-eating animal like this, is that you can reach high in the trees where other animals couldn't reach. A Brachiosaurus, he's twice as tall as an adult giraffe.
Easily,
so he can reach really high and eat leaves that no other animal can get at.
I want to say that an average size adult giraffe, something like 15 feet tall. Brachiosaurs seem to have gotten to about 13 meters, like over 40 feet tall, something like that. Yeah, pretty big. And if dinosaurs like Sauroposeidon actually were brachiosaurs and not titanosaurs, they very well may have gotten to be close to 70 feet tall or taller. That's like 20 meters. Sauroposeidon's a bit of a mystery. One of these days, hopefully we can bring Matt Wadle on here as an interviewee and talk to him about it. But yeah. But yeah, and Jack and Otter says, I read somewhere that they probably ingested close to 500,000 to 2.5 million calories a day in plant material. Is that accurate? Yeah, probably, yeah. Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but it was a tremendous amount of food. Given that these animals were endothermic. They were essentially warm-blooded. Elevated metabolic rates, high metabolisms. So they would have eaten a tremendous amount of food.
So, dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. What are you talking about?
And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Harry.
Is that a Brachiosaurus sauropod?
It is indeed. And that's so cool. She says sauropod when you put the sauropod emoji in there. Oh, that makes me happy. That's really cool. Harry, this is indeed, yeah, a plastic Brachiosaurus. And, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we're talking about sauropods today. So this just arrived on Friday, and I'm excited about it. So, yeah. Yeah. And then we actually have numerous Brachiosaurus accoutrements in the background of today's stream. This is one of the guys who dug up the holotype specimen of Brachiosaurus altathorax near, I think near Grand Junction, Colorado. That's the humerus, the upper arm bone of the Brachiosaurus right there next to him. This is, I want to say his name was H.L. Mencken, but no, I think that was the reporter during the Scopes trial. What was this guy's name? Oh, goodness. Just go to the Wikipedia article and we'll find it. Wikipedia, there we go. And there we go. H.W. Mencken. H.W. Mencken. But there he is, next to that humerus. That's a big old bone. That's a big old bone. Terry Sassafras, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Dweller Benthos, no, not Roy Chapman Andrews. This was, I think he was like a field assistant and preparator for working under Elmer S. Riggs, who named Brachiosaurus in 1903, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah. Originally, this bone was so big that they're like, it's got to be an Apatosaurus. A femur of an Apatosaurus. Because it's so huge. And they almost didn't collect it because they're like, man, this femur is so messed up. Look, it looks like a humerus. It's so badly deformed that, like, we're not even going to collect it. That was their thinking originally. And then later they went, holy cow. Luckily, they did choose to collect it, along with some other bones of the skeleton. They brought it back to Chicago, and they're prepping it, and they're in the laboratory going, holy cow, this is a humerus. This is an upper arm bone. This is... yeah, that's nuts. There's a femur right there still in the jacket. But yeah, they're working on some of these bones. There's the scapula there on the right. But they're working on these bones in the laboratory. In probably like 1901, 1902. Yeah. Anywho. And Luckless Jax is not much. It's honest. I appreciate you, Luckless Jax. Thank you. And yes, sauropod preparators. Big paleo salute to them. People digging up sauropods, that's so much work. That's so much work. Speaking on that, when I worked at Museum of the Rockies back in Bozeman, Montana, Jack Horner ran the place. Really well-known dinosaur paleontologist. At one point, I don't think it still exists, I don't think they still have this, but they used to have an audio tour that you could take of the museum. I never got to take it. They always had technical difficulties and stuff. Maybe that's why they got rid of it. But Kerry Woodruff, who worked on sauropods, was getting his master's degree under Jack Horner. Kerry said that's the only time Jack Horner narrated the audio tour. So it was pretty cool to have Jack Horner describe, just talk to you about all these different dinosaurs through this audio tour. I heard it was really cool. I never got to take it. But Kerry said that in the sauropod section, it's the only time he's ever heard Jack Horner talk about sauropods without just cussing up a storm. Because they're so big and such a pain in the butt to dig up. Because they're so big, they're just too big. And they're digging up just one bone of a sauropod can take weeks, potentially. You could dig up another dinosaur's entire skeleton in the time that it might take to dig up, a really big femur or a really big humerus of a sauropod. And so Jack, he's like, never again. Never collecting a sauropod again. Maybe a small one, but not an adult. Never again. They take up too much space in collections. They take up too much time to dig up. They take up too many resources. Never again, he would say. Except there would be a lot more cuss words. But yeah. And it would be really cool. Jack and Otter, they could even do like a YouTube video series with all of those. Just with photographs or with just zooming in on photos or something. Could be really cool. The stuff I'm sure exists somewhere, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. Buy your kids dinosaur books and every tour will be an audio tour. There you go, Activated Complex, yeah. Or get them dinosaur books from the library. You don't have to buy them necessarily. But yeah. Or have your kids watch Paleontologizing. We do our best to keep things family-friendly here. Suitable for all ages. Yeah. Try to be careful about my language. And Paleo Ken, how are you doing? It's good to see you here, Ken. Welcome. I hope you're as excited about I know you're as excited about fieldwork as I am. Yes. And absolutely, Gravity. Yeah, clip that for sure. Good stuff. We really need more clips from this channel, so I would be delighted to have more clips that I can use across the internet in different places, and for a clips reel that I'm putting together for new cold open videos at the beginning of the streams. Yeah. And what is this clip? Let's take a look at that. Speaking of clips.
Certainly wouldn't want our species then the same way.
Harry.
Is that a Brachiosaurus sauropod?
It is indeed. And that's so cool. She says sauropod when you put the sauropod emoji in there. Oh, that makes me happy. That's really cool. Harry, this is indeed, a plastic Brachiosaurus. And, that's one of the reasons why we're talking about sauropods today. So this just arrived on Friday, and I'm excited about it. So, good stuff. Thank you for clipping that, Gravity. Much appreciated. So Yogi One asks if I've seen Australia, the Time Traveler's Guide series. I've not. No, I don't think I've heard of that. I think I have a link, but wasn't sure which Discord channel to put it in. But here in the chat, Sir Yogi One, and I can bookmark it. Team at Tricks, good to see you. Welcome. And Dark Mock Rises, that's a little bit too close. Dark Mock Rises, yeah. Salamander, let's see what she calls it.
Well then what does she call this? T_Rex.
T_Rex, apparently. It's not as good as Sauropod. Thank you for the 100 bits, Salamander. I like that little experiment you ran there. Very nice. Yeah. I was hoping for... Yeah. I thought it would be just T-Rex, but T_Rex is interesting. It must be the different emoji in order to have... You can't have a space in between, and you probably can't have a dash. They probably wanted to put a dash there, and that didn't work with the Unicode or whatever. They probably couldn't put a dot either, as would be proper to do. The proper way to abbreviate T-Rex is none of these so far. Oh boy. You definitely don't do it like this with a dash. It's capital T dot space lowercase rex. You know. Like that in the chat. That's how you do it. And you italicize it too. Exactly, Lenina. Lenina got it. Yeah, nicely done, Lenina. Nicely done. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Back to our sauropods discussion. Let's continue.
No other animal could put away food like a sauropod.
Yeah. Gertie the dinosaur there.
Just how much it ate would depend on whether it was warm-blooded or cold.
If this animal was cold-blooded, it's going to have to eat about half a ton of food a day. If he was warm-blooded, metabolism going ever so much faster, it's going to have to eat 5 or 10 tons a day. Now...
and Ken, if you do... This goes for everybody in the chat, actually. How do I italicize in Twitch chat? Here we go. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find. You do. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So to italicize your message text, you do /ME space and then your message. So yeah. Like that. Yeah. Cool, right? There you go. You got it, Ken. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah. Isn't that cool? Here's a link. Sorry about the 666 there. That's that number on my
That belongs in a museum.
On my soundboard. Anywho. How old text chat from the early 90s is still around? If it works, Jody Fish. Yeah. Or I guess as an engineer would say, if it ain't broke, it just don't have enough features yet. Yeah. And Suryogi one. But yeah, Suryogi one, that's BTTV, I think, yeah. And Ken, hey, I'm almost in the same boat, you know? I didn't know about Twitch until like a couple weeks before I started streaming, basically. Before I met iOS, I guess I'd heard about Twitch in passing. I don't think I'd ever actually watched a Twitch stream until I met iOS. And then like a couple weeks later, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna start broadcasting on here. I'm gonna start doing some science outreach, talking about paleontology on this platform. The rest is history. We'll be talking all about this tomorrow, actually, for our 4-year Streamiversary special. Gonna have a nice retrospective of bunch of streams from years past. It's going to be a special event, so I hope you can be there, everybody. 4-year Streamiversary special is tomorrow. 4 years on Twitch. Anywho. And, is that right, Salamander? Wow. 16 years? Has Twitch been around that long, Salamander? Were you here in the Justin TV days? That's quite the thing. Holy cow. Can we find a short video on the history of Twitch? I don't know. History of Twitch in 8 minutes, that's too long. Anyway, you can read more about it if you'd like to, on places like Wikipedia and etc. Yeah. And you were on for Justin TV? Before that, it was Yahoo S equals chat. Massachusetts guy. Wow, that does take me back. My goodness. And Reese.
Reese YOO gifted a tier 1 sub to Cherry Sassafras.
Thank you, Reese.
They have
Thank you,
given
thank you.
8 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for that. That gives up to Cherry Sassafras. Enjoy, Cherry. Enjoy. Anywho. Didn't really get it until 2016, but you were here before the big 2020 boom, Galara Dragon, it sounds like. I jumped on the Twitch bandwagon at the same time everybody else was back in 2020. You know, due partly to the influence of the novel coronavirus. Anywho, let's continue.
Think of that little head chomping away, 5 or 10 tons of food going in.
Oh, yeah.
The food's just going to have to go down that gullet at a fantastic rate. I don't think it's possible.
He's wrong. That's the thing. In science, you know, you could say, I just don't think it's possible. That's not a scientific argument. Sorry, it's not. We test ideas in science. Personal incredulity is not a scientific argument. That is not scientific reasoning. In science, we test hypotheses. That's what it's all about.
Now this is the head of a giant sauropod. This is an intake hose for vegetation. No chewing, just breaking it off, swallowing it.
Bakker's right.
24 hours a day. And this is built like a...
I don't think they were eating 24 hours a day, but...
80,000-pound bird intake hose, a hot-blooded hose.
I think of sauropod dinosaurs as very much the equivalent of the big herbivores of the present time. Elephants and giraffes.
And Rhacodactylus, this is true. Yeah.
Moving around, usually quite slowly. Nothing to be afraid of because they're so big. Spending most of their time eating.
I think giraffes are afraid of a lot of things. I've heard that giraffes in zoos in particular can be extremely neurotic animals, and sometimes they just won't come out of their barn for like days or weeks because, you know, they saw a child walking around with a balloon and they got freaked out by the balloon and then just like, forget, I'll be in my trailer for the next month. I think giraffes are pretty skittish, actually.
Moving around, usually quite slowly. Nothing to be afraid of because they're so big. Spending most of their time eating.
And Ungoy says, so they're just big horses. I mean, maybe in terms of their temperament, but horses and giraffes are not closely related. They are totally different animals. Giraffes are artiodactyls, even-toed ungulates, and horses are perissodactyls. Let me show you. So, a horse is much closer to a rhinoceros than it is to a giraffe. Let me show you. Jump to horses here on our Tree of Life. So horses are close relatives of critters like zebras and their friends. They are odd-toed ungulates. Perissodactyls. They're part of the same group as tapirs and rhinos. They are odd-toed ungulates. In order to get to a giraffe, you gotta go way over to the even-toed ungulates. So giraffes are actually closer to whales than they are to horses. A giraffe is more closely related to, say, a blue whale than it is to a horse. Yeah. Giraffe's closest living relatives are okapi. That might not be super surprising. After that, you get to the Antilocaprids, of which the pronghorn is the only surviving example of that whole clade. And then you get deer and antelope and bison and other bovids like bison. And then, get over here. So giraffes, hippos, goats, dolphins, and other whales. Deer like elk and moose, other deer, bison. They all belong to a group that we call the even-toed ungulates, or the cloven-hoofed ungulates. The artiodactyls. And whales are now part of this, so some people use the term Cetartiodactyla instead of Artiodactyla, but it's the same clade, you know? Yeah. So yeah, a giraffe is closer to a whale, like a dolphin, than it is to a horse. Isn't evolution grand? Isn't that cool? Yeah. But yeah. Don't have a giraffe, man. A cowabunga, dude. Or rather, giraffe-a-bunga? Galara dragon? Yeah. And Murph, you are correct. Zoo animals do often exhibit weird behaviors. You know, if you put them in captivity, and sometimes they kind of... They go, as we say in the business, loco for Choco Puffs. Yeah. And oddly enough, the rhinos I've interacted with had very horse-like personalities at the Cincinnati Zoo. Interesting, green users. That's not odd. I mean, not when you think about it. Because, horses are a kind of perissodactyl, and so are rhinos. They're, in the grand scheme of things, they're pretty close relatives. Horses and rhinos only diverged from each other about 50 million years ago, which is much more recently than the perissodactyls and artiodactyls diverged from one another, which would be, there we go, 72 million years ago. So yeah, there's like a solid 20 million years that horses and rhinos were the same thing after they split off from the artiodactyls. You know, that they had a common ancestor that only split 20 million years after they split with the artiodactyls. So yeah. Anywho. And Jack and Otter, yeah, the walking whales. Yep. Yeah. Anywho. And Harry says, hippopotamus is Greek for river horse? Yeah. Well, the ancient Greeks didn't understand phylogeny like this, so, you know, we'll cut them a break. They didn't have molecular phylogenies back then, nor did they have an understanding of the fossil record. Not the same way we do today, anyhow. Yeah. Speaking of the fossil record, let's get back to sauropods here. I want to finish up this video to show you some other ones.
Dull life, really.
If you were a sauropod, particularly if you were a parent or a newborn, your life would be exciting and light-footed, because sauropods weren't big, clunky, solid critters. From the chest right up to the tip of their head, they were full of air. Their whole front end was like a giant turkey neck, very quick-moving and light. And the hind legs had more strength per pound than any living hippo or rhino or elephant. So don't think of a sauropod as an oversized elephant. Think of it as a tremendous turkey.
Bakker was saying this back in the 90s? Holy cow, he was way ahead of his time. Shoot. Because these are animals that are full of air. especially the diplodocid sauropods and the titanosaurs, super air-filled. I'll show you a video here with Carrie Woodruff talking about this. From, of all places, the New York Post. With a sorry story of Dolly, the diseased and doomed dinosaur. A lot of alliteration there. What is this user interface? Ugh. Stop it, New York Post. Goodness. But they did some. I think this is original too. The Posts. They did some lovely original journalism here with Carrie Woodruff. New York Post might be a rag, but they did some excellent science journalism here, getting things direct from the scientists. Take a look.
So Dolly was a kind of long-necked plant-eating dinosaur.
This is lovely because they just interviewed Carrie Woodruff. This is an old friend of mine. Carrie and I used to dig up dinosaurs together in Montana in the Judith River Formation. Back when he was getting his master's degree under Jack Horner. Carrie's a sauropod specialist. He got his PhD in pachycephalosaurs, but sauropods will always be his true love. I'm going to try and bring him on here as an interviewee on this channel at some point. It probably won't be before the field season at this point, but we'll see.
We refer to that group of dinosaurs as sauropods. So something like Brontosaurus, like the Dino from the Flintstones, or the logo for Sinclair Oil, that's also a sauropod.
Yep.
And we estimate that Dolly would have been about a subadult animal, so probably 15 to 20 years of age when it died, and just about 60 feet, so just about 18 meters in total body length.
Wait, how did
they represent the first?
How old did he say? Sorry, 15 to 20 when she died, and a subadult 60 feet long. So yeah. Bacher was saying full grown by age 15. I don't think that's right, but I think Bacher was way ahead of his time in talking about the pneumaticity in these animals, as Carrie's going to tell you about.
In these pleurocells, which are normally very, very smooth bone, we saw that in Dolly, the edges of these pleurocells were really rough and irregular, and coming out of them, basically imagine something that kind of looked like fossilized broccoli. It was this really irregular, gnarly, lumpy-looking bone, something that we hadn't seen at all.
Yep. So this animal was all full of air, and then it actually has a respiratory infection in its neck bones, in its cervical vertebrae.
Dolly had air saculitis with associated osteomyelitis. So that's just the fancy way of saying that Dolly had a respiratory infection with a secondary bone infection.
Yep.
And we see these same kinds of structures in birds today. We see air saculitis, and it can be caused by several features. So it can be bacterial in origin, but the most common respiratory infection today, and the one that shared not 100%, but many similarities with what we saw in Dolly, is actually a fungal-derived infection called aspergillosis.
Yeah. And, there we go. Aspergillosis.
So we know in birds that have air saculitis
is caused by the aspergillus. Blint at Science Stream talks about this all the time. He's got emotes associated with that, like Kevin the Aspergillium. Is it Aspergillium? Is that the genus name for this this kind of fungus? Aspergillus. Thank you, Salamander. Aspergillus. Really, really common genus of fungus used in laboratory settings all around the world, heavily studied. It may have been a member of that. Well, I don't know if it would be a member of that genus. How long does that genus go back? Does it go back to the Morrison Formation 150 million years ago? I don't know. But this kind of infection is consistent with that kind of fungus.
Is actually a fungal-derived infection called aspergillosis.
And Dyson Dinosaur, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. And there's Carrie. Yes, indeed.
So we know in birds that have air saculitis today, they oftentimes will show flu or pneumonia-like symptoms. And this entails coughing, sneezing, fever, sore throats, diarrhea, weight loss, things like that.
Nasty
and these
stuff.
Are all of the exact same symptoms that we all have experienced when we've had respiratory disorders. So that's really kind of cool, because that means you can hold that infected bone of Dolly in your hand and know that 150 million years ago, you probably felt just as crummy as you were when you're sick as Dolly did.
Yep.
Now, can we say that killed Dolly? We don't know, because again, we don't see the sign in the bones. But in birds today, without medical treatment, air saculitis is largely lethal. And we also know that, today herding animals like these sauropods would have been, that sick animals often just kind of fall behind. So whether or not Dolly just keeled over from this disease or was isolated and visibly weak and would have been a good target, and an easy meal for a predator, we can't say. But I do think that this disease ultimately caused the death of this animal.
Yeah, and this is one of my favorite figures from like the past 20 years of dinosaur paleontology. What you're seeing right here are everything that's in blue is part of the respiratory system of this animal. Here's a link, by the way, to this lovely, lovely article, this lovely video interview with Kerry Woodruff. Good on the New York Post for doing this. They don't have the best reputation as a publication, but man, is that some stellar science reporting there. Just letting a scientist speak about his work, unedited. It's brilliant. Here we go. What a superb figure there. Everything that you're seeing in blue is part of the respiratory system of this animal. This kind of electric blue here, it's like high saturation blue. Those are air sacs in the animal's torso. This darker undersaturated blue are the lungs. And then this powder blue, this like sky blue, baby blue here, those are the pneumaticities in the vertebral column. And it goes into the tail as well, although a lot of it is in the neck. This dinosaur is all full of air. And that's, I guess, the trachea right there. Or is it the esophagus, or is it both? Anyway. Right there. Yeah, trachea in gray. Right here. And so you can see how much of this animal was air. This is one of the reasons why sauropods were able to get so tremendously large, is they were all full of air. And that would have made them more sprightly, more quick-moving, more active than you would imagine for an animal that's this big. And that's one of the things that I think Michael Crichton actually really got right in the novel Jurassic Park. There's this lovely passage at one point about, there was like the head geneticist, and he was talking to the billionaire park founder guy. He was talking to John Hammond about this. It's like, the visitors are shocked by how quickly the dinosaurs move. Nobody's used to seeing an animal that big move that fast. It just doesn't compute for them. People are freaked out by it. Like, we should try and slow them down somehow, because after all, that's what the public expects. And, anyway, it's a really interesting exchange. Maybe Michael Crichton had spoken to people like Jack Horner and Bob Bacher about this in order to get this idea that sauropods would have been sprightly, fast-moving, active animals. Yeah. Iacane says, that's weird. I thought, based on off everything we dug up, they were mostly made of bone. Not quite, Iacane. Good to see you, Iacane. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's for air-filled animals. Pneumatized animals. It's cool to think about. And this is actually where birds got their airy, lightweight, air-filled skeletons. Is from their dinosaur ancestors. Birds did not evolve from sauropods, but both sauropods and theropod dinosaurs evolved from an ancestor that had a partly pneumatized skeleton already. And each of them ran with that in different ways. And sauropods, they grew these really long necks. They were able to use that pneumaticity to grow super gigantic. Theropod dinosaurs didn't focus so much on super gigantism, but they focused on speed, agility, and in the lineage that went to birds, they focused on athleticism and flight. Super cool to think about. Lordy says, the sweetie pie of dinosaur pie types, large, sprightly. There you go, Lordy. Yeah. Yeah, so when Bakker said this here, he was right, and he was ahead of his time. You know, he realized this from early on.
Quite a dull life, really.
Not this guy.
If you were a sauropod, particularly if you were a parent or a newborn, your life would be exciting and light-footed because sauropods weren't big, clunky, solid critters. From the chest right up to the tip of their head, they were full of air. Their whole front end was like a giant turkey neck, very quick-moving and light. And the hind legs had more strength per pound than any living hippo or rhino or elephant.
Oh,
so
yeah.
don't think
Way
of
bigger
a
thighs.
sauropod as an oversized elephant. Think of it as a tremendous turkey.
It's a good way to think about it. It really is. Like, say what you will about Bakker, but he's absolutely right about that. Yeah. Anywho. And, yeah. I guess... Yeah, let's continue with this video here. Nice, little jumping off points for discussion here.
Elephant or turkey, sauropods had a neck like a giraffe, only longer, and a long way for blood to travel.
Yep.
The neck of Argentinosaurus was 12 feet in length, 2 to 3 times longer than a giraffe's. So how did its heart pump blood to such a distant brain?
Well, the brain wasn't big.
Some experts believe sauropods evolved smaller brains or bigger hearts.
Or both.
The pressure involved
¿Por qué no los dos?
twice the pressure needed to drive blood around a giraffe. I'd be tempted to say that these animals simply couldn't have pumped blood around with normal sorts of hearts. If I hadn't seen a giraffe, I'd tell you that giraffes were physiologically impossible.
Again, this is like the problem with looking at animals from an engineer's perspective. You've probably heard that thing a million times. Like, oh, you know, engineering says that bumblebees shouldn't be able to fly. They shouldn't exist according to engineering principles. It's like, yeah, because those engineering principles are incorrect. You cannot apply them to a biological creature like this, clearly. This, like, a priori reasoning like this just doesn't work. Again, that's why an argument from incredulity is not a scientific argument. Tell that to the bees, bro. Exactly, Lenina, yeah. Yeah. Biology is the best engineer, says Murph. And you know what? In a lot of ways, yeah. Yeah. Natural selection has achieved some pretty incredible things. The most amazing things, in my humble opinion. We will model the bumblebee as a spear with 2 sticks. There you go, Ken. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. 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 The trade-off is billions of years of working out the kinks. Is that a trade-off? Or is that just doing things right? I think that's just doing things right, Aaron. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's continue.
If these animals had huge brains like a giraffe, there is no way they could pump enough blood up into their head. But they don't have huge brains. They had brains as small as a cocktail weenie.
Yeah, not very big brains at all. And we can tell that by actually, like, opening up the skull and looking at the, the brain cavity. We create endocasts where you're creating like a physical model of how big the brain would be. We could do this in a lot of dinosaurs. like this right here, from Larry Whitmer's lab at The Ohio University. So this is a skull of Stegosaurus here, which is a pachycephalosaur dinosaur. I actually have a 3D print of this same skull. I could grab it, but we're talking about sauropods today. It doesn't really matter. The point is, by looking at the hollow inside the brain case,
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic anatomy?
and that riddle again, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Appreciate you following. We can tell what the brain looked like by examining that hollow space in the skull. We can look at the interior of the brain case and create what we call an endocast. You can tell Stegosaurus did not have a particularly large brain, especially when you consider that it's got this big inflated dome on top of its head. You'd be like, oh, look at that. Clearly this animal was super intelligent. And no, that dome is just solid bone up there. It's the brain itself is not particularly big. Dinosaur brains in general were not super large because it's often inefficient to have a very, very large brain. They just didn't need that. If they needed it, they would have evolved it, and they didn't. Later on, the descendants of dinosaurs, birds, some of them evolved pretty large brains compared to their weight, at least. Birds are very lightweight animals, clearly. I don't have to tell you that. And there are a few dinosaurs, like some of the Maniraptoran dinosaurs, Troodontids in particular, are well known for having fairly large brains for their body size. Almost on par with those of some modern birds. But having a bigger brain is not always an advantage. We might find that out ourselves if we continue along some of the paths that we're going on as human beings right now. We might end up destroying ourselves through nuclear war, through human or accelerated climate change, through any number of other things. Yeah. Look at the big brain on Brachio, says Icane. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? That reminds me of a cold open here. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Here. Brief break here. We're gonna... Here. Hang tight for just a second.
You were saying? It's in the cupboard. No, the one by your knees. We happy? Vincent! We happy?
Yeah, we happy.
Yeah. Anywho. Thank you, Icane, for the excuse to show that. That's a good one. That's a good one. We haven't shown our stego dog off enough lately.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
like you early on in your
Thanks to
subscription
Reganation
journey.
for my sub gift.
Thank you, Kelly Cakes, for the 3 months of support, and thank you, Reganation, for that sub gift. Very good, very nice, Reganation. Thank you. Excellent. Anywho, yeah, dinosaur brains. They, tended toward being fairly small, but you also have to understand that at the time that dinosaurs were running around, they would have been the smartest animals in their environment, we think. They didn't have much competition. Our ancestors at the time, little mammals, like Hadrocodium is a good example. Sure, they had large brains for their body size, but also very, very small animals overall. They're not large critters. That's the skull of Hadrocodium right there. Can I find a larger version of this? Yeah, it's got a skull about the size of a large grain of rice. During the Mesozoic, a lot of mammals were just stupidly small. Incredibly small animals. Fairy Willow says, we evolved from that? Basically, yeah. Yeah. Hadrocodium is one of the... Is it a eutherian mammal? What's it thought of as now? An extinct mammalia form, so not quite a true mammal yet, but on its way. While initially suggested to have possessed a fully mammalian ear, akin to that of modern mammals, 2022 restudy suggested it actually had a primitive mandibular middle ear, similar to those of primitive mammalian forms. So anywho, some of our earliest mammal or proto-mammal ancestors during the Mesozoic, at least, or I think Hadrocodium is from the early Jurassic, right? Yeah, early Jurassic, approximately 195 million years old. During the Jurassic, our ancestors basically looked like this. And some of them were that small. That's not a novelty giant paperclip here. That is like a, paperclip like this long. That's the skull of this critter right here. Super, super tiny. And the dinosaurs living in this environment presumably would have been smarter than those critters. Would have had more complex behaviors. However you measure intelligence, dinosaurs would probably come out on top. Especially your theropods, dinosaurs like that. Anywho. Let's get back to this.
Brains as small as a cocktail weenie.
Yeah, small brains. If you're going to have a stupidly long neck, you want to have a small brain.
Argentinosaurus can at least lay claim to one indisputable title. It's the largest dinosaur ever found.
He is an interesting salamander, wow. And Jack and Nut you can go way back further than that in the synapsid line. You can go back into the Carboniferous with Archaeothyrus and critters like that. The mammal line, goes all the way back to the base, to the very basal part of Amniota. But yeah, Jack and Nut yeah.
Somewhere under the landscape of Garden Park, Colorado, may lie a set of record-breaking bones.
Yeah, oh boy, this is going to be Amphicelius fragilimus, isn't it? A dinosaur that would have been close to 200 feet long? Or longer?
Dr. Kenneth Carpenter of the Denver Museum of Natural History is on the trail of a dinosaur and a legend. A giant to dwarf all giants. In 1878, paleontologist Edward Drinker Cope discovered a bone 3 to 4 feet long and 143 million years old in the sediments of Garden Park near Colorado Springs. It was a badly damaged vertebra from the trunk, just in front of the hips. Cope named the creature Amphicelius fragilimus.
Yeah. Harry Woodruff worked on this critter as well, or at least on the idea of this critter, I suppose. I ordered a book that had a really cool figure about this from Thrift Books a while ago, I thought, and I don't know if it ever arrived. Good condition. I'd like very good or like new condition, but let me add that to cart. Super Giants, Lessum, Amphicelius. I can't find the figure online, but that's Edward Drinker Cope for scale next to the kind of hypothesized size of the full vertebra of this animal. This would be by far the largest dinosaur ever discovered if it turned out to be real. We'll talk about why it's probably not in a minute here. Yeah, if it were real, yeah, salamander. Yeah.
This one bone, if it had been complete, would have been over 8.5 feet tall. This one bone indicates a dinosaur that was easily in excess of 150 to 170 feet in length. It probably weighed in excess of 100 tons, and it was certainly the largest dinosaur that we yet know, larger than Ultrasaurus or Seismosaurus. And I'm hoping to find more of this animal somewhere in this vicinity.
To fund his digs, Cope sold many of his fossils to the American...
Next to... I'm not going to say it.
Museum of Natural History in New York. Somewhere in transit between Colorado and Manhattan, the only piece of Amphicelius was lost. To this day, it hasn't turned up.
Yep.
The Earthshaker Amphicelius survives only in the imagination.
Are they going to go into
If
more...
we could have Amphicelius walking down a street in Denver right now, that would be a wonderful sight. It could rear up and look through a 4th or 5th or 6th-story window. Back in its native habitat, though, that was an elegant animal, moved smoothly, gracefully, in great groups, picking and choosing the most delectable parts of the vegetation.
This is from the 1925 film The Lost World.
If wandering out here I were to find, finally, more of the Amphicelius, I don't know. Part of me would be very excited finding more of this giant animal and to finally resolve and prove one way or the other the actual size. But on the other hand, part of me would be, I don't know, somewhat reluctant on spending the rest of my life excavating the thing simply because it's so damn big.
Yep. Yeah. And that's one of the problems with sauropod dinosaurs, is they get to be ridiculously large. Just the biggest animals that have ever walked our planet by a significant margin. And if Amphicelius were indeed as big as you know, Cope's notes would suggest, well, yeah, take a look.
Wow, even I'm amazed. That's the most magnificent animal that has ever lived.
When I was a kid, I was blown away by this. Like this big reveal at the end. Yeah.
Painting a supergiant is a labor of love. So is digging one up. Rodolfo Correa is devoting his career to putting Argentinosaurus back together.
I guess I'm channeling my inner Captain Disillusion here, though. When I note that this is like a locked down shot, the camera is not moving. They didn't actually show Bob Bacher here. Like, there's no shots of him actually, like, drawing the rest of this. I think that he was basically just, drawing one of the hind limbs right here, and then drawing a few other pieces here and there. And actually, I think a lot of this stuff doesn't even line up with his...
Pump enough blood up into their head, but they don't have huge brains. They had brains as small as a cocktail weenie.
So here, the head is, we're seeing the right side of the head, but then we jump to the end, and the head is a totally different shape, and we're seeing the left side of the head. Bob Bacher did not draw this whole thing. This is done in post. They basically, like, I don't know if rotoscoping is the right term or whatever, but that's the reason why the camera is not moving around, is they could just have the camera stuck in place like this, and then they just put this in post. And then they make sure that the lamp, the light pole right here, that's got to be in front. And Bob Bacher's right there. But this, they added it in post. If you had camera motion, that might be able to trick you into thinking it's real, but, like, as it is, they clearly did this in post.
Korea
Artistic license. There you go, Will 62. Yeah.
To putting Argentinosaurus back together.
The foot is backwards. There you go. Sound there, yeah.
One day, I can to make a complete reconstruction of Argentinosaurus. In this way, I will show everybody how this incredible and huge and amazing beast look like. I don't think that I have enough life for finish the work. I trust in my students, even my daughter or grandsons.
Amphicelius may yet turn up, or perhaps it never lived at all. Perhaps bigger specimens may yet emerge from the twilight of the Cretaceous. If they could walk our street.
And Golganek, this isn't really Bacher's style right here. Like, it's not really a Bacher style illustration. Like, it looks very different from Bob Bacher's drawings, and also the anatomy is wrong. Like, what's going on with the thigh right here, and yeah, Bacher would do a better illustration than this. It's not done in Bacher style.
They would find them overcrowded. Our world could not accommodate the mightiest animals to ever stride the land. The Earth Shakers.
Gotta love the theme music to Paleo World here. And Suda Kardak says, I wasn't even a follower, but thank you so much for the gift sub, Lordy. Suda Kardak, enjoy. And thank you, Lordy. Good stuff. Here is a link there to that video. Now, Carrie Woodruff, I think, actually published a paper on Amphicelius. Here we go. In 2014. This supposed super gigantic sauropod that would be like twice the size of any other sauropod that's ever been found. There was one fragmentary vertebra right here from the dorsal series. This is based on one singular illustration from one of Edward Drinker Cope's papers. But Edward Drinker Cope and Othniel Charles Marsh were remarkably slapdash in a lot of their work. They were competing with one another in this decades-long feud to try and find the most and the biggest fossils, and they made a lot of mistakes in their haste. One of those mistakes seems to be this. Carrie Woodruff and John Foster wrote this. Here's the PDF right here. And luckily, this seems to be open access, not paywalled. Here is a link to the paper right here. Why does Edward Drinker Cope look like Carrie Woodruff? It's probably the facial hair of Dyson Dinosaur. He does kind of look like Carrie. Yeah, you know what? Harry Woodruff and Edward Drinker Cope he does look a little bit like Cope, doesn't he? Yeah. That's so funny. Here. Cope? Woodruff. Cope? Woodruff. There's a certain similarity there, I suppose. Yeah, the slick back hair. I guess Carrie's been doing that recently. He used to have his hair more like this back when I knew him in Montana. So here he is at Museum of the Rockies there in the collections. With a sauropod vertebra, of course. Anywho, Amphicoelius here with Edward Drinker Cope.
The wingspan of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
You're not a monster, Atreus.
Salute.
Thank you for the 15 months of support. I really appreciate it. It's a long time, Atreus. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah, The Fragile Legacy of Amphicoelius Fragilimus by Kerry Woodruff and John Foster. Two people that I have a tremendous amount of respect for, especially for their expertise when it comes to Morrison Formation dinosaurs. So, here in the abstract, which is like a short summary of the paper, I'll just read it to you. In the summer of 1878, American paleontologist Edward Drinker Cope published the discovery of a sauropod dinosaur that he named Amphicoelius Fragilimus. Again, that's this right here, based on a single vertebra. What distinguishes A. fragilimus in the annals of paleontology is the immense magnitude of the skeletal material. The single incomplete dorsal vertebra was reported by Cope 1.5 meters in height, which when fully reconstructed would make A. fragilimus the largest vertebrate animal of all time. Largest vertebrate ever. After this initial description, Cope never mentioned A. fragilimus in any of his scientific works for the remainder of his life. More than 4 decades after its description, a scientific survey at the American Museum of Natural History, dedicated to sauropods, collected by Cope, failed to locate the remains or whereabouts of A. fragilimus. For nearly a century, the remains have yet to resurface. The enormous size of the specimen has generally been accepted, despite being well beyond the size of even the largest sauropods known from the verifiable fossil material, like Argentinosaurus. By deciphering the ontogenetic change of diplodocid dinosaur vertebrae, the science of gigantism, and Cope's own mannerisms, we conclude that the reported size of Amphicoelius fragilimus is most likely an extreme overestimation. And it seems to be basically like a typo. So here are 2 of the largest diplodocid dinosaurs that have ever been found. I think we've got Supersaurus and Diplodocus hallorum here. This is what Amphicoelius was supposed to be like. It would be like twice as long as the longest blue whale, and potentially heavier than a blue whale if you were to murder a blue whale by putting it on land where it doesn't belong, because whales by their very biology have to be weightless, you know. So yeah. Supersaurus and Diplodocus carnegie, is that right? Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah. Anywho, I was thinking that, like, just kind of assuming that he would do Seismosaurus, aka Diplodocus hallorum, but that's gonna be a really big Diplodocus carnegie right there. Anywho, it seems to be like a typo that when Cope illustrated this critter, he just made a mistake. Had the wrong numbers there in the figure. Taxonomy, typographical error. In the 1878 description of Amphicelius fragilis, Cope lists the measurements as follows, yada yada. Obviously, Cope did not mean to say that the neural arch was 1,500 meters tall, but immediately in the very first line of a given measurement is a typographical error. With regard to the values themselves, some care should be taken as to the literal dimensions. Yeah. So clearly he just messed up in doing some of the, you know, like, in having the numbers there in the figure description, the numbers were just messed up. He goofed. And that's what this whole thing comes from, is just a numbers goof. The whole legend of the giant Amphicelius here is based on a numerical goof. While this analysis does not wish to claim that Cope had ulterior motives, nor is it believed that Cope purposefully inflated measurement values, some strikingly absent historical events do raise questions. Yeah, Cope never mentioned Amphicelius ever again for his entire life after the initial publication. It would be the largest land animal that's ever lived by a significant margin. And Cope only ever mentioned it once in a single, small, short, unremarkable paper? That doesn't make any sense. The entire formal description of Amphicelius fragilis is only 2 paragraphs long, so certainly it was not omitted from either due to limited text space. Potentially, Cope purposefully chose to do a separate description. Given the sparse size of the description, this seems rather odd. He never really talked about it again. Yeah. But, as in a mythical treasure hunt, the spoils may forever remain unattainable. While the mysteries surrounding Amphicelius fragilis are alluring, when we stop to consider the validity of a gargantuan terrestrial organism through several aspects such as biology, ecology, and ontogeny, as opposed to making those variables fit around it, the end result is that it is highly unlikely that a terrestrial quadruped of such a purported body size could have existed. Whatever the secrets of A. fragilis are, Cope took them to his grave. That's an interesting way to put that. Yeah, if you want to read this in full, here is the link. Whiskey was hitting well that night. I don't even... Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe, Ken. Or the Ether or Belladonna or whatever Cope was doing at the time. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we should ask Cope's skull what really happened. Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, when we're talking about super gigantic dinosaurs, you know, we do have some that are not as big as Amphicelius, but they're still pretty impressive. The whole reason that we're talking about super gigantic dinosaurs today is because, well, it's because this arrived on Friday, and I'm just excited about it. This really kind of was the impetus for today's stream. I only need a small excuse for talking about sauropod dinosaurs. And this is not a small excuse. It is pretty substantial. Also, in my defense, other paleontologists have gotten very excited about cool plastic models like this. As you can see here. Yeah.
Hey, Kenneth Lackleberry here. I have a new toy. Literally, a new toy. I'm a grown man. And I have toys. This was sent to me by the nice people at NBC Universal Studios. And it happens to contain a model of a dinosaur that I discovered called Dreadnoughtus. I'm a paleontologist here in the School of Earth and Environment at Rowan University.
Yep.
And director of the forthcoming Elliman Fossil Park Museum, which is going to be amazing and will open next year. But I am really excited about this. I discovered Dreadnoughtus in 2005 in the southernmost part of Patagonia, down there, Tierra del Fuego. There it is, Dreadnoughtus. I remember...
This is great. This is great. This is Dreadnoughtus. Out of all of the super large sauropod dinosaurs, Dreadnoughtus is probably the most complete one that we have. And before we continue with this video, I'll tease you a little bit, because this also makes my heart smile as a dinosaur paleontologist and somebody who sometimes will spring to purchase a ridiculously large plastic dinosaur like this. Here. Ken Lekevar's got a TED Talk about these critters.
Dinosaur. That bone.
Check it out. This is good stuff. This is good stuff, and this will help kind of set the stage for the other video. Talking about the discovery of this animal and kind of what it means philosophically,
How do you
almost.
find a dinosaur? Sounds impossible, doesn't it? It's not. And the answer relies on a formula that all paleontologists use.
This is a great video, but the whole like TED Talk format is sometimes a little goofy. Another brief tangent here. Reminds me of this a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It is a little silly, Lenina.
The duck says, quack. The chicken says cluck. Quack, quack, says the duck. Cluck, cluck, says the chicken. Ducks come from an egg. Ducks like to swim in the water. Quack, quack. Chickens come from an egg. Chickens like dirt. Chickens do not like the water. So, why does the duck say quack? To talk to his duck friends. What does the cow say? The cow says, moo. The farmer is friends with all of the animals on the farm. The animals are friends with each other. So, how do we get our duck to cluck? How do we get our chickens to quack? That is up to you. Thank you.
It just perfectly encapsulates kind of the TED Talk aesthetic, and that's why it's so funny. Oh man. It's not to make fun of Ken Lekevar or Dreadnoughtus or anything like that. It's just like when you're you know, on a platform like a TED Talk, you know, this is how you're supposed to do that. This is from 7 years ago, and you know, I think everybody's a little tired of TED Talks now. But this is good stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
How do you find a dinosaur? Sounds impossible, doesn't it? It's not.
And this is like, I don't know, he's doing this in like a self-deprecating kind of way almost. So, I don't know. It's not the self-important. The chicken says, It's not like that at all. I don't know. Even though that's like what the TED Talk format is kind of like pushing people toward. I'm not trying to talk crud about TED Talks in general. It's just like, it's funny how that whole medium kind of moved in that direction, and that became the way to have a successful TED Talk, is to have this really stilted kind of, delivery. I don't think Ken Lacavera is doing this. Seems well practiced. Seems natural at it.
And the answer relies on a formula that all paleontologists use. And I'm going to tell you the secret. First, find rocks of the right age. Second, those rocks must be sedimentary rocks. And third, layers of those rocks must be naturally exposed.
Yeah.
That's it. Find those three things and get yourself on the ground. Chances are good that you will find fossils.
Yeah.
Now let me break down this formula. Organisms exist only during certain geological intervals. So you have to find rocks of the right age, depending on what your interests are.
Yep.
If you want to find trilobites, you have to find the really, really old rocks of the Paleozoic, rocks between 500 million and 250 million years old. Now, if you want to find dinosaurs, don't look in the Paleozoic, you won't find them. They hadn't evolved yet. You have to find the younger rocks of the Mesozoic, and in the case of...
And this is a lovely illustration here, but it kind of irks me a little bit that it's not to scale in terms of how long these different time periods are. Shoot. Brief digression here. Linear time on our International Chronostratigraphic chart. The age of the dinosaurs is here in blue, Mesozoic. Right, this. So, just the Cretaceous period within the Mesozoic is longer than the entire Cenozoic era. Longer than the entire age of mammals, And then the Paleozoic is way longer than the Mesozoic. So anyway, here's a link to this if you want to poke around yourself. Yeah, so just know these are not to scale. Just the Cretaceous period right here is actually longer than the entire Cenozoic era. Something to keep in mind, just for perspective's sake.
Of dinosaurs between 235 and 66 million years ago. Now, it's fairly easy to find rocks of the right age at this point because the Earth is, to a coarse degree, geologically mapped.
Yep.
This is hard-won information.
Oh, yeah.
The annals of Earth history are written in rocks, one chapter upon the next, such that the oldest pages are
thousands of researchers
and the youngest on top.
Whose hard work that we're relying on.
Quite that easy, geologists would rejoice. It's not. The Library of Earth is an old one and has no librarian to impose order. Operating over vast swaths of time, myriad geological processes offer every possible insult to the rocks of ages. Most pages are destroyed soon after being written.
Yeah.
Some pages are overwritten, creating difficult to decipher palimpsests of long-gone landscapes.
It's a good
pages that do find sanctuary under the advancing sands of time are never truly safe. Unlike the moon, our dead rocky companion, the Earth is alive, pulsing with creative and destructive forces that power its geological metabolism. Lunar rocks brought back by the Apollo astronauts all date back to about the age of the solar system. Moon rocks are forever. Earth rocks, on the other hand, face the perils of a living lithosphere. All will suffer ruination through some combination of mutilation, compression.
I'm sorry, gravity. Shoot, did I
baking.
Did I poison the well here? I'm sorry. This is a good talk here. Let's get to... Well, we'll just continue.
Thus, the volumes of Earth history are incomplete and disheveled. The library is vast and magnificent, but decrepit. And it was this tattered complexity in the rock record that obscured its meaning until relatively recently. Nature provided no card catalog for geologists. This would have to be invented. 5,000 years after the Sumerians learned to record their thoughts on clay tablets, the Earth's volumes remained inscrutable to humans. We were geologically illiterate.
Frankly, a lot of people are still geologically illiterate. I really wish that, like, evolution, geology were properly taught in a lot of schools, and it's generally not here in the U.S.
Unaware of the antiquity of
Yeah.
our own planet and ignorant of our connection to deep time.
That's the thing, is that those are kind of two sides of the same coin, or those are parallel ideas. They are intertwined. The idea of evolution and the idea of the antiquity of the Earth, these are two things that oftentimes religious fundamentalists are terrified by and furious about. They don't want these things taught in school. So I think that's one of the reasons why Ken Lacavara right here is taking this kind of philosophical tact with this TED Talk, is that even for many of the people in the audience, who might be like real movers and shakers in society, they might be like captains of industry and, you know, the people who would pay, I don't know how many thousands of dollars it used to cost to attend the TED series like this. It was a tremendous amount of money that it used to cost to do this, to be in the audience. And I'd say 95% of these people have got no sort of understanding of what he's talking about, like through their formal education or anything like that. These are going to be, you know, engineers and CEOs and technologists and politicians and, you know, various oligarchs, people like that. They don't know anything about this, you know? Yeah.
It wasn't until the turn of the 19th century that our blinders were removed. First, with the publication of James Hutton's Theory of the Earth, in which he told us that the Earth reveals no vestige of a beginning and no prospect of an end. And then with the printing of William Smith's Map of Britain,
William
the
Strata
first
Smith.
country-scale
Yeah.
geological map, giving us for the first time predictive insight into where certain types of rocks might occur. After that, you could say things like, if we go over there, we should be in the Jurassic. Or if we go up over that hill, we should find the Cretaceous. So now, if you want to find trilobites, get yourself a good geological map and go to the rocks of the Paleozoic.
And these, one of the things that's really, really nice about this figure that Ray Troll did is that these colors here are fairly universal. Like, when you look at geological maps from around the world, they're color-coded as to the age. So, well, actually, no, hang on. These are not... Jurassic is usually blue and Triassic is purple, so I take that back. Shoot, that's not... Yeah, Cretaceous is green, Jurassic blue, Triassic red. Or Triassic purple, excuse me, Permian red. Yeah, that's not reflected here. I take it back. Anyway, these are the actual colors here. The International Commission on Stratigraphy, the ICS, like, they kind of standardize these things. There is an academic standard, yes indeed, Ungoy, yeah. Yeah. And again, here is the link. There you are. Oop. Yep. Let's see. Lithology's orientations. Yeah, rock units are typically represented by colors. Different geological mapping agencies and authorities have different standards for the colors and symbols to be used for rocks of different types and ages. The kind of standard one is the ICS. Generally, Cretaceous is green, Jurassic is blue, Triassic is purple. Different organizations around the world might have slight variations on that, but everybody's, as far as I know, kind of trying to hew to this general standard here. Yeah. Anywho, there have not been a lot of really nice visualizations of this. Like, Ray Trolls is still kind of the best that I know of right here. It is a shame that it's not actually up to code there. So yeah, Gravity, it's... Huh. Maybe Ray Troll has done an updated version of this, or maybe if we look it up in Google Image Search, he's got a better one. No, that's the same. Yeah. Yeah, huh. Maybe that's something I should do.
If you want to find dinosaurs like I do, find the rocks of the Mesozoic and go there.
And is
Now,
that
of course,
interesting
you can
now,
only
Carr?
make a
So
fossil
Ark
in
is
a
totally wrong,
sedimentary
is what you're
rock, a
saying.
rock made by sand and mud. You can't have a fossil in an igneous rock formed by magma like a granite, or in a metamorphic rock that's been heated and squeezed. And you have to get yourself in a desert. It's not that dinosaurs particularly lived in deserts. They lived on every landmass and in every imaginable environment.
Yep.
It's that you need to go to a place that's a desert today, a place that doesn't have too many plants covering up the rocks, and a place where erosion is always exposing new bones at the surface.
Yep.
So find those three things.
Lovely way to put this.
Rocks of the right age, that are sedimentary rocks, in a desert, and get yourself on the ground, and you literally walk until you see a bone sticking out of the rock.
We call prospecting.
So
That's how
here's
we
a
find
picture
it.
that I took in southern...
And Cosmo Quest 10. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Cosmic Quest X and their 19 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, welcome, Cosmo. How are you doing? How did your stream go? We're talking about sauropod dinosaurs today. And before we get back to this right here, with Ken Lacavara opening up this big plastic sauropod, he discovered this dinosaur in the first place. And he was sent a large toy, Jurassic World toy of it. Before we get into that, we're watching his TED Talk about discovering this dinosaur in the first place. It's been fun. We're doing all this because I got a massive plastic Brachiosaurus the other day. And we're using this as an excuse to talk about the largest of dinosaurs, the sauropods. So, yeah, that's what's going on here. I hope you had a great stream. You want to hug that Brachiosaurus? It is, it's nice to hug. It really is, Charlie's Dragon. I think I'd use it as a tie holder. I've been putting my my over-ear headphones around the base of the neck there, Murph. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Let's see. Right here. There we go. So yeah, sauropods we're talking about right now.
In a desert, and get yourself on the ground, and you literally walk until you see a bone sticking out of the rock.
Yep. We call that
So here's a
prospecting.
picture that I took in southern Patagonia. And every pebble that you see on the ground...
So yeah, that's bone right there. This looks like bone. This almost looks like it has bone texture. These are things you'd want to pick up as you're prospecting because they might be fragments of bone. There's a bunch of what looks like maybe chert or another kind of rock like that around here that's kind of making things more complicated, but there are fragments of bone here for sure. I'm guessing those might be cherts or something, but you'd want to pick up every single one of these that looks interesting or unusual, turn it over and look if it actually has bone texture, if it is fossil bone or if it's just rock.
Down there is a piece of dinosaur bone.
Oh, so I guess, no, not all of these are. Some of these look like cherts or something.
So when you're in that right situation, it's not a question of whether you're going to find fossils or not. You're going to find fossils. The question is, will you find something that is scientifically significant?
Yeah.
And to help with that, I'm going to add a fourth part to our formula, which is this. Get as far away from other paleontologists as possible.
Yeah, that actually is good advice. Especially if you're out prospecting, because it's like, if you know other people have been through that area and already prospected it, it's like if there was anything big and obvious, they would have already found it. Trying to find territory that nobody's ever explored before. You know, if you're able to walk over the next hill and prospect that area, there could be something remarkable just lying there for you to find. Yeah. Ungoy says, are digs from generations ago marked as such? A lot of times they're not. Sometimes you'll have fossil quarries that nobody marked on a map back in the day, or they didn't take good enough notes. Like, sometimes you rediscover old sites. We're actually going to be doing some of that this year. We're going to be going and, in less than a month now, we are going to be going out to Wyoming and digging in some quarries that were unfinished by Barnum Brown, the guy who discovered and named Tyrannosaurus Rex. One of the most famous dinosaur paleontologists of all time. He did some work out there near Green River, Wyoming, digging up a bunch of dinosaurs. He never named any of them, and many of them he actually left in the ground. We're going to be collecting some of those dinosaurs that he'd left behind. I'm super excited for this. We actually have permission to go on private land in some of these cases and actually collect some of those sites. Yeah, guess he's sharing the love. He went all over the place. Barnum Brown was kind of a headhunter to a certain extent. If a site didn't have a skull, sometimes he just wasn't interested. You know, he wasn't a very methodical collector. He liked to bounce around a lot. Some people call him the greatest dinosaur hunter who ever lived. He's certainly one of the most storied dinosaur hunters who ever lived. Give him that. Yeah. Anywho, back to digging up dinosaurs with Ken Lacovara.
Get as far away from other paleontologists as possible.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't like other paleontologists. When you go to a place that's relatively unexplored, you have a much better chance of not only finding fossils, but of finding something that's new to science. So that's my formula for finding dinosaurs, and I've applied it all around the world. In the austral summer of 2004, I went to the bottom of South America, to the bottom of Patagonia, Argentina, to prospect for dinosaurs. A place that had terrestrial sedimentary rocks of the right age, in a desert, a place that had been barely visited by paleontologists. And we found this. This is a femur, a thigh bone, of a giant plant-eating dinosaur. That bone is 2.2 meters across. That's over 7 feet long.
Yep.
Now, unfortunately, that bone was isolated. We dug and dug and dug, and there wasn't another bone around. But it made us hungry to go back the next year for more. And on the first day of that next field season,
and thank goodness they didn't name this thing based on a single femur. You know, other crews of paleontologists would have been like, oh, we're going to call it Gigantofemoris. New genus of dinosaur based on a single thigh bone. It's not good practice to do that. It's not good practice to do that. You want to find more of a skeleton. And Ken Lacovara's team did a really good job of that. Dreadnoughtus, of all of the super big sauropod dinosaurs, it is, I think, the most complete one. I want to say it's more complete than Patagotitan is.
For more. And on the first day of that next field season, I found this. Another 2-meter femur. Only this time not isolated. This time associated with 145 other bones of a giant plant eater.
Nice.
And after 3 more hard, really brutal field seasons, the quarry came to look like this. Nice. And there you see the tail of that great beast wrapping around me. And the giant that lay in this grave, the new species of dinosaur, we would eventually call Dreadnoughtus shrani. Dreadnoughtus was 85 feet from snout to tail. It stood 2.5 stories at the shoulder. And all fleshed out in life, it weighed 65 tons. People ask me sometimes, was Dreadnoughtus bigger than a T-Rex?
So much
That's
bigger.
The massive 8 or 9 T-Rex.
Yeah.
Now, one of the really cool things about being a paleontologist is when you find a new species, you get to name it. And I've always thought it a
Well, not if you find it, but if you're the one who publishes on it, if you describe it. So Barnum Brown, like we were talking about, he found Tyrannosaurus Rex. He discovered that animal. He didn't get to name it. His boss named it. Henry Fairfield Osborn named it. Osborn, I think, is the sole author on that paper. Barnum Brown described and named a bunch of dinosaurs, but T-Rex wasn't one of them. Henry Fairfield Osborn named T-Rex. And he was, I think at the time, he was already head of the American Museum of Natural History. Maybe it's a good thing, too, that he named it, because he did choose one of the best dinosaur names of all time, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Very evocative name, captures the imagination. King of the tyrant lizards. I think that's a big part of why T-Rex is so popular, is Osborn's, I don't know, say what you will about Henry Fairfield Osborn. I will, and I have. But he knew how to capture people's imaginations. Osborn was a bit of a showman like that. And in naming the dinosaur that Barnum Brown found, he kind of ensured that dinosaur's place in the pantheon of the most famous dinosaurs. Osborn also named Velociraptor. Another stellar name. And the reason why that dinosaur is so popular today is because of its name. That's a story for another time. Yeah. And hey, Pattern Juggler, how you doing? Anywho, let's continue.
shame that these giant T-Rex. Now, one of the really cool things about being a paleontologist is when you find a new species, you get to name it.
No, if you
I've always
describe
thought
it, then you get to
a shame
name
that
it.
these giant plant-eating dinosaurs are too often portrayed as passive, lumbering platters of meat on the landscape.
Yep.
They're not. Big herbivores can be surly, and they can be territorial. You do not want to mess with a hippo or a rhino or a water buffalo. The bison in Yellowstone injure far more people than do the grizzly bears. So can you imagine a big bull, 65-ton Dreadnoughtus in the breeding season defending a territory? That animal would have been incredibly dangerous, a menace to all around, and itself would have had nothing to fear. And thus the name Dreadnoughtus, or fears nothing. Now, to grow so large, an animal like Dreadnoughtus would have had to have been a model of efficiency. That long neck and long tail help it radiate heat into the environment, passively controlling its temperature. And that long neck also serves as a super efficient feeding mechanism. Dreadnoughtus could stand in one place and with that neck clear out a huge envelope of vegetation, taking in tens of thousands of calories while expending very few.
Yep.
And these animals evolved a bulldog-like wide-gauge stance.
Yep,
giving them
Titanosaurs
immense
have got that.
stability.
So, like, that's one of the, like, characteristics that sort of set Titanosaurs apart, is they're almost bow-legged. They've got these super wide hips, and their femurs, like, kind of bow out a little bit. Here we go. At the Field Museum in Chicago, you can see this. With their Titanosaur there. I did a live stream from here. Let me see if I can find that. Because it is impressive just how wide their hips are. And how those femurs kind of come out at an angle almost. Here we go. Let's see. There it is. Look at how wide the ribcage is.
There we go. Let's see here. Okay, I think we are on. Excellent. Welcome everybody back to Paleontologizing.
This is in 2022.
It's so good to have you here.
I did this
I'm here
stream.
at Chicago's magnificent Field Museum of Natural History. And holy cow, am I excited. There is going to be so much to see and do today.
This is one of my favorite
What
streams.
better place to start than underneath
I did on this road trip.
gigantic sauropod dinosaur?
See what I was saying about those femurs? They're kind of coming out at an angle like this. They're not straight underneath the animal like in a lot of sauropods. They bow out to the sides a little, and that seems to be an adaptation for attaining such tremendous proportions.
Let me do a little intro first. If anybody is new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know, talking about the incredible history of our...
You get the idea.
It is...
I might even talk about the hips here.
...animals to have ever walked the Earth. Just absolutely
It's
astonishing.
so cool being able to walk underneath it.
Very, very cool.
Get to the hips, Danny.
Just absolutely astonishing. And take a look at the way that the femur kind of bows a little bit out to the side. This is a characteristic of titanosaur dinosaurs.
Bingo.
You don't have that in diplodocids like Diplodocus or Apatosaurus, but you do get it in titanosaurs. They've got kind of a bow-legged stance like that. Not sure why.
Bingo.
It might just be something to do with, I don't know, being able to support their weight.
Maybe having a huge gut like that, too.
I don't really know. Yeah. But just astonishing. So this specimen here, this cast right here, is mostly based on real fossils. So at the site in Argentina, Diego Paul and co, Argentine paleontologists, dug up, I think, 3 individuals from this site.
It was Jose
They've got the
Luis
majority
Caballero
of
and
the
Diego
skeleton.
Paul.
And you can
were the
imagine
lead
what a
authors on this
massive
project.
undertaking that must have been to dig up this entire critter. Or really, rather, 3 of them, you know? Just nuts. Absolutely crazy. I mean, I barely come up to its elbow here. It is on a little bit of a pedestal, but still.
Anywho, if you want to watch the rest of this stream, here is a link. It's only got, only 40 views? It just went up 11 days ago. Take a look. And gravity. He would have been an awesome writer if he wasn't a paleontologist. No, Henry Fairfield Osborn was a writer, too. He wrote a lot of stuff. He... kind of an unsavory character in a lot of ways. Like many of the captains of industry at the time, Henry Fairfield Osborn was a massive racist and just kind of a terrible person in some ways. I think he was president of the American Eugenics Society at one point. Anyway, he was big time into eugenics. Yeah. And he honestly wasn't a very good paleontologist either. He was kind of a third-rate paleontologist, but he was one of the better museum administrators of the American Museum of Natural History. He was able to turn that into a real world-class institution. Some people considered him something of a tyrant. Yeah. Complicated figure, I guess, in some ways. I don't know if I'd ever want to be roommates with him. Seems like he wasn't a very nice guy. But he built the AM&H into the institution that it became under his leadership. Anyway. A lot of people were awful in the 1800s. This is the early 1900s, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. This would have been the... I think Osborne became director of the AMNH or some sort of head honcho position. I want to say it's director of the American Museum of Natural History. This would have been around 1920 or so. Yeah. He died in 35. Yeah, an American paleontologist, geologist, and eugenics advocate. Yeah. He worked under Edward Drinker Cope. Let's see. What year did he become director? He was president of the New York Zoological Society from 1909 to 1925. Interesting. It doesn't say what year he became head honcho at AMNH. Or at least I'm not seeing that yet. It's... And Jaded Fairy, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Jaded Fairy, for your ongoing support. Thanks for that prime there. Osborne was kind of a third-rate scientist because he didn't really have science as his primary goal in a lot of things, or he didn't have the kind of real passion for the truth that a scientist should have. He often let his personal prejudices and politics and stuff like that kind of get in the way of his science. For one thing, his ideas on evolution were bizarre. He didn't think that natural selection should be considered so important in studying evolution. He thought that there were like select groups of creatures, the elites, that shaped the development of different species. He called it aristogenesis, from the same root word as aristocracy. As an aristocrat himself, he thought that, oh, surely there must be, truly superb members of a species that actually shape its development. And the riffraff, they don't count and they don't matter. It was like wild stuff. Aristogenesis is just... it's really weird to read about. Completely abandoned. Like, there's no evidence for this kind of thing. So yeah, he was a bizarre character, Osborne. And he's remembered by most of us as being not really a great scientist. If he's going to be admired for anything, it should be his passion for expanding the museum and kind of using his social ties and his membership in the elite to grow this institution and drive science forward that way. His actual ideas about science, kind of dog water. 1908, he became president of AMNH. Holy cow, Merv. Thank you for looking that up. It's earlier than I thought. Yeah. His hoity kind of stepped on his toity, so to speak. Yes, Golganek. Yeah. Anywho. Back to Ken Lacavara and Dreadnoughtus here. Oh, we're getting into the Dreadnoughtus parts, which is good, because we can segue into that, him opening up the plastic Dreadnoughtus model, and me and the Brachiosaur. We're getting back into our theme for today.
Because when you're 65 tons, when you're literally as big as a house, the penalty for falling over is death. Yeah, these animals are big and tough, but they're not going to take a blow like that. And Dreadnoughtus falls over, ribs break and pierce lungs, organs burst. If you're a big 65-ton Dreadnoughtus, you don't get to fall down in life even once.
What is a hatchling?
Now, after this particular Dreadnoughtus carcass was buried and defleshed by a multitude of bacteria, worms, and insects, Its bones underwent a brief metamorphosis, exchanging molecules with the groundwater and becoming more and more like the entombing rock. As layer upon layer of sediment accumulated, pressure from all sides weighed in like a stony glove whose firm and enduring grip held each bone in a stabilizing embrace. And then came the long nothing. Epoch after epoch of sameness, non-events without number. All the while, the skeleton lay everlasting and unchanging in perfect equilibrium within its rocky grave. Meanwhile, Earth history unfolded above. The dinosaurs would reign for another 12 million years before their hegemony was snuffed out in a fiery apocalypse. The continents drifted, the mammals rose, the Ice Age came, and then in East Africa, an unpromising species of ape evolved the odd trick of sentient thought. These brainy primates were not particularly fast or strong, but they excelled at covering ground, and in a remarkable diaspora, surpassing even the dinosaurs' record of territorial conquest, they dispersed across the planet, ravishing every ecosystem they encountered, and along the way, inventing culture and metalworking and painting and dance and music and science and rocket ships that would eventually take 12 particularly excellent apes to the surface of the moon.
Yeah? Okay.
With 7 billion peripatetic Homo sapiens on the planet, it was perhaps inevitable that one of them would eventually trod on the grave of the magnificent titan buried beneath the badlands of southern Patagonia. I was that ape. And standing there, alone in the desert, it was not lost on me that the chance of any one individual entering the fossil record is vanishingly small.
Oh, yeah.
But the Earth is very, very old. And over vast tracts of time, the improbable becomes the probable. That's the magic of the geological record. Thus, multitudinous creatures living and dying on an old planet leave behind immense numbers of fossils, each one a small miracle.
I guess you could call it a miracle. Like, I'm not trying to downplay the wonder of fossilization, but I think it's a lot more common than a lot of us realize. There's this idea that the fossil record is extremely sparse and, you know, incredibly incomplete. And I think in certain depositional environments, fossils are obviously inevitable. And you can have a ton of them. And, you know, I guess I rankle at the thought that, like, oh, the fossil record is so incomplete that, you know, my own pet idea might be true because, yeah. I'm struggling to articulate this thought here, but you hear this from people sometimes that, like, oh, we can't possibly observe evolution in the fossil record because it's far too incomplete. No, in certain areas, you might be able to do that when you have enough fossils. Never say never, I guess, is what I'm trying to articulate here. We get these opportunities sometimes where you've got these pockets of excellent preservation and, you know, repeated fossilization throughout a basin. Of course you'll be able to, you know, watch animals evolve if you collect enough specimens and if you're careful enough about their stratigraphy and everything. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just continue. I'm not arguing with him here. It's just it reminds me of some of the arguments that other people make about, oh, well, you know, this has to be a new species because what are the odds you'd ever have two members of the same species preserved?
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
But Jedi Mega Man does. Thank you for the 19
Love
months
for
of support.
paleontology is as inevitable as fossils are love sign.
Ontogeny.
I like to think about that, Jedi Mega Man. Yeah, I like to think that's true, that there is something just truly fascinating about fossils that, of course, people would be enthralled by them. How could we not be? But for some people, that takes context, so they truly understand how remarkable these objects are and the stories they can tell. Anywho.
But collectively, inevitable. 66 million years ago, an asteroid hits the Earth and wipes out the dinosaurs. This easily might not have been. But we only get one history, and it's the one that we have. But this particular reality was not inevitable. The tiniest perturbation of that asteroid far from Earth would have caused it to miss our planet by a wide margin. The pivotal calamitous day during which the dinosaurs were wiped out, setting the stage for the modern world as we know it, didn't have to be. It could have just been another day.
Oh, yeah.
A Thursday.
It was just another day up until that day. It was just another day for the previous 170 million years. There are other calamities that probably took place that wiped out certain groups of dinosaurs, but none of them were as severe until that asteroid hit. And only a few species of dinosaurs survived. Birds, they happen to be birds that survived. Just a few species of birds. Most of the birds got wiped out too. But yeah, he's going to be talking about this right here.
Perhaps. Among the 63 billion days already enjoyed by the dinosaurs. But over geological time, improbable, nearly impossible events do occur. Along the path from our wormy Cambrian ancestors to primates dressed in suits, innumerable forks in the road led us to this very particular reality.
Yep.
The bones of Dreadnoughtus lay underground for 77 million years. Who could have imagined that a single species of shrew-like mammal living in the cracks of the dinosaur world would evolve into sentient beings capable of characterizing and understanding the very dinosaurs they must have dreaded?
That's pretty cool to think about.
I once stood at the head of the Missouri River and bestraddled it.
Yeah, this is in Great Falls, Montana. I've been here.
There, it's nothing more than a gurgle of water that is...
Well, not Great Falls. No. The head of the Missouri is elsewhere. I'm thinking of the Roe River in Great Falls. Anyway.
Shoots forth from beneath a rock, in a boulder, in a pasture, high in the Bitterroot Mountains.
Yeah.
The stream next to it runs a few hundred yards and ends in a small pond. Those two streams, they look identical. But one is an anonymous trickle of water, and the other is the Missouri River. Now go down to the mouth of the Missouri near St. Louis.
That's way upstream from Three Forks.
And it's pretty obvious that that river is a big deal. But go up into the Bitterroots and look at the Missouri, and human prospection does not allow us to see it as anything special.
That's a great analogy.
Now go back to the Cretaceous period and look at our tiny fuzzball ancestors, and you would never guess that they would amount to anything special, and they probably wouldn't have were it not for that pesky asteroid.
Yeah.
Now make 1,000 more worlds and 1,000 more solar systems and let them run. And you will never get the same result. No doubt those worlds would be both amazing and amazingly improbable, but they would not be our world, and they would not have our history. There are an infinite number of histories that we could have had, and we only get one, and wow, did we ever get a good one. Dinosaurs like Dreadnoughtus were real. Sea monsters like the mosasaur were real. Dragonflies with a wingspan of an eagle and pillbugs the length of a car really existed.
Is that a pillbug? I thought Arthroplura was a millipede relative. Is it an isopod? Huh.
Study the ancient past because it gives us perspective.
Yeah.
And humility. The dinosaurs died in the world's 5th mass extinction, snuffed out in a cosmic accident through no fault of their own. They didn't see it coming, and they didn't have a choice. We, on the other hand, do have a choice. And the nature of the fossil record tells us that our place on this planet is both precarious and potentially fleeting. Right now, our species is propagating an environmental disaster of geological proportions that is so broad and so severe, it can rightly be called the 6th extinction. Only unlike the dinosaurs, we can see it coming. And unlike the dinosaurs, we can do something about it. That choice is ours. Thank you.
Yeah. Good talk. Yeah. It's a TED Talk. It's supposed to be well rehearsed like this, you know? Yeah. For something a little bit more off the cuff, let's just take a look at this. As we're getting back to the reason for today's stream is, you know, I spent $60 on a giant plastic Brachiosaurus. I realize it goes against my anti-consumerist rant from, what was it, from Friday? But I'm using this as a teaching tool. And Ken Lacavara got a plastic dreadnought. Well, let's just go back to the beginning.
Hey, Kenneth Lacavara here. I have a new toy. Literally, a new toy. I'm a grown man. And I have toys. This was sent to me by the nice people at NBC Universal Studios. And it happens to contain a model of a dinosaur that I discovered called Dreadnoughtus. I'm a paleontologist here in the School of Earth and Environment at Rowan University and director of the forthcoming Edelman Fossil Park Museum, which is going to be amazing and will open next year. But I am really excited about this. I discovered Dreadnoughtus in 2005 in the southernmost part of Patagonia, down there, Tierra del Fuego. There it is, Dreadnoughtus. I remember making up this name, hanging it on a list of names on my refrigerator.
Yeah. Oh man, this is really cool. Yeah, Australotitan, Southern Titan. I think this name later went to an Australian titanosaur. Sylvana Titan, which means like forest Titan. Titanonox, Nocta Titan, Umbra Titan, Lugo Titan.
And Dreadnoughtus was eventually the winner. And it appeared in this summer's Jurassic World Dominion film.
Yeah, man, they did not do that animal justice. Holy cow, it was not great, honestly. The depiction of the animal in that. It was incredibly brief and just really nondescript. Yeah. Here. There it is in like the prologue at the beginning, and then here it is in the actual movie. Yeah, very gray and boring in a swamp. Yeah, one of the characters does say its name. I don't know if I can find that clip. Anyway. At least with Mamenchisaurus in The Lost World back in 1997, they did something cool with that dinosaur. With the guy on the motorcycle, like, going, you know, riding between its legs. That at least was memorable and interesting. Dreadnoughtus, they didn't do anything with that animal in that film. They name dropped it, and that was about it.
And now Mattel has created a model of it that's available.
Disappointing movie.
Target, and that is really beautiful.
Doesn't do this dinosaur justice.
I know this comes from the movie.
Yeah, it was window dressing. Good point, Joyfish. Yeah.
And so I am excited to see what is inside. I can tell you that, you know, when you're out there in the desert and you're prospecting and you're finding dinosaur bones, the last thing in the world that you expect is that eventually it's going to turn into a toy that thousands, millions of kids will have and play with and hopefully learn from and get excited about science from. So
that is pretty cool. I've actually been in this situation before where a dinosaur that I helped dig up in 2011, the Yoshi's trike specimen of Triceratops, There's the jacket art that I did as I was digging up this dinosaur in 2011 with the Museum of the Rockies crew, led by Denver Fowler and Lee Hall. You can see it on display at Museum of the Rockies today. Triceratops with the longest brow horns of any Triceratops ever found. There's me next to it, circa 2013, as it was being mounted. Yeah. It's also been made into a toy. You can get it from Eofauna. I have this. It's in a box somewhere. I still don't think I've unpacked it after my move. But here's Denver talking about it on the old Twitter. Yeah. The horn was so large we thought it was a femur at first. Yeah. Oh, and shoot, there's me. Yeah. Denver says, here's Paleontologizing, that's me, with a jacket from Yoshi's Strike, 2011 dig that he had decorated. This was a long dig all summer, but we got the post-cranium. Yeah. Yeah. My first summer in the field, 2011. That was a lot of fun. Anywho, so I know this feeling to, like, open up a toy of a dinosaur that you dug up. I didn't find Yoshi's Trike. Kenneth Lacavara, he says Kenneth, doesn't he? Kenneth Lacavara, he discovered this animal, too. So it's even bigger honor. Check it out.
I know I'm excited. So let's see what we have here. Whoa, this is big and heavy. There's the neck of Dreadnoughtus.
And Jody Fish says, dumb question, what was the key for? Oh, the key in that image? Yeah, so my girlfriend at the time gave that to me, and she had a similar one. And yeah, I wore it everywhere. She had it copper plated or something like that. She used to be into like metalworking and stuff. And so it was like super shiny. Mine and hers were super shiny. I would wear mine every day till all the stuff wore off. She like never wore hers. And anyway, yeah, I guess she thought she was too cool for that. Even though she gave it to me. Yeah. Denver used to tease me about that, actually. Anyhow. Yeah.
Part of the tail. Here's the main body. Wow, this is big. And some more of the tail.
I love this. Another professional paleontologist unboxing a plastic dinosaur.
That's nice. Of course, we don't know what color. These dinosaurs were patterns they have. There are a few dinosaurs that have been preserved in special ways where maybe we're seeing some of the original coloration and some of the patterns. That can happen with smaller dinosaurs. You're not likely to find something the size of a Dreadnoughtus that is preserved that way.
It's kind of remarkable that we even have
to make a fast transition from the biosphere.
That we even have as much of Dreadnoughtus as we have, because that critter, it's remarkably difficult to bury a dinosaur that size. And for Dreadnoughtus, we've got the majority of its skeleton, really. Yeah. What you're seeing in white are the bones that we actually have for this critter. It's most of the animal. We've only got a little bit of a chunk of the maxilla, I guess, from the skull. It's kind of remarkable we have any skull at all. Most sauropods, the skull seems to have fallen off very shortly after death. Maybe it was really tasty and scavengers would eat it. Or the connection between the skull and the neck is also fairly weak, we think. Anyway, two nice cervical verts there, and then most of the tail. whole femur, tib fib right there, metatarsal. Most of the left forelimb there, except for the hand. Yeah, out of all of the super large sauropod dinosaurs, this is maybe the most complete one. If you go by number of bones, at least. Not by total coverage. It would be much nicer to have, you know, a skull and then a good portion of the neck. But we've got a nearly complete tail right here, which is almost unheard of for one of these dinosaurs. An animal that big, getting a carcass that large, covered with sediment so it could eventually be fossilized, so difficult to do. Didn't happen very often. And normally we find these animals because you've already got exploded bits of the bone on the surface. It's... So, like, you could already have half the skeleton gone by the time you stumble upon it. So we're really lucky that we had that much of it there. Synthberry says that animal doesn't look possible. You got to understand that the vertebrae are filled with air sacs and hollows. They would have been extraordinarily lightweight for how big they are. So the animal might look front heavy right here. That's all full of air in there. To the point where when this dinosaur appeared in prehistoric planets, they kind of emphasized that with this. Take a look.
This huge bull, white with dust, has held the center stage for 2 weeks.
Somebody was asking about these animals fighting. Here's a depiction of that.
And his display has, so far, intimidated all challengers.
Yeah. Get those inflatable sacs on the neck. We don't know if they had these. It's speculative. It's a really neat touch, I think. It's a... It's a nice little bit of slightly fanciful but very plausible
is not
imagination. And that is basically a lac, Dr. Hubbs. Yeah, it's like sage grouse, you know? It's maybe where the inflatable neck pouches thing, where that idea comes from as well. Yeah. You know, fully reared up, these animals would be like 60 feet tall.
Lifting up such a huge body is exhausting.
And I'll get to your questions, Synthberry. They're very good questions.
It's a battle of endurance.
Oof.
As the conflict intensifies, each fighter tries to wound the other, stabbing with sharp
Reminds me of sumo wrestlers with the
thumb, and
the knees bent like that.
With their teeth. Until eventually...
Oh boy.
The knockout blow.
Yeah, the ladies are like, oh man.
The old bull's rule is finally over. The young victor takes his turn on the center stage.
he's going to be passing on some genes there. Anywho, I'll give you a link to that. That is from Prehistoric Planets. There we go. Yeah. Synthberry was asking about, with sauropod dinosaurs. So their size was prepping them for birdhood by necessitating the development of light skeletons? Not quite, Synthberry. Here. Let me show you. You're kind of on the right track, but it's a little bit different. So, sauropod dinosaurs, like Dreadnoughtus here, they're from the same half of the dinosaur family tree as birds, but birds did not evolve from sauropods. It seems like the ancestor of all the dinosaurs already had a somewhat pneumatized skeleton, or at least it has the potential in its skeleton for pneumaticity, for all these air sacs and hollows and that lightweightness like that. That's something that sauropods inherited. They used that hollowness, that air-filledness, that pneumaticity. They used that to get super large. Their theropod cousins over here, on the, they're still on the Saurischian side of the dinosaurs. Their theropod cousins used that for that lightweightness, that pneumaticity, for being agile, for being fast-running, for being lightweight, and the branch that became birds, the bird branch here, used it for flight. So that's something that hollow bones aren't just good for flight, they're also good for getting truly enormous. We see that in some of the big theropod dinosaurs too. T-Rex got really, really big. A lot of those bones are hollow. A lot of those bones are hooked up to the respiratory system. When that animal would take a breath, air sacs in its body would fill up, and that oxygen would get distributed throughout its axial skeleton there. Good way to oxygenate your cells, just like modern birds do. So yeah. Does that make sense? So sauropods did not evolve into birds. All of these dinosaurs went extinct, except for the one lineage. There was one species of dinosaur that evolved into all of the birds that we have today. Just one species. And by the time the end of the Cretaceous comes around, birds are already around, they'd already diversified, but most of the birds also go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. Only a few small lineages of birds survived. And those birds, there was like a big bottleneck where almost all the birds get wiped out. But the few remaining species, the few species that survived the end Cretaceous event,
well, folks, that's how dinosaurs are.
They evolved in all the birds we have today. And thank you, InGen, for the 25 months of support. I really appreciate that, InGen. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the prime there. So yeah. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, Dreadnoughtus, let's get back to Ken Lacavara talking about this critter.
The very long neck.
I love this.
Dreadnoughtus, the neck in life would be about 40 feet long.
40-foot long neck.
Goes in here like this.
That's a neck like as long as a city bus.
If I can do it.
Just imagine if your neck was as long as a city bus.
Together. There we go. There it is, and then it's a little top heavy without the tail on.
Yeah.
Let me get this.
And Synthberry says, so sauropods have no present-day ancestors, nor do the sauropods. Yeah, Synthberry. No present-day descendants. But yeah. So all of these dinosaur groups died out except for birds. Birds are the only group that has modern-day descendants. All the rest of the dinosaurs completely wiped out. Most of the birds were also wiped out, like I said. It's something like 94% of the bird species also died out at the end of the Cretaceous, along with 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs. So all of these different groups, all the theropods died out except for a few species of bird. All of the sauropodomorph dinosaurs, including all the sauropods, died out. All of the sauropods, Sauropoda is a... Don't get it confused with sauropoda. Sauropoda, that's the group that includes the ornithopods and the marginocephalians. Marginocephalians is pachycephalosaurs, and the horned dinosaurs, the ceratopsians. Them, along with the ornithopods, it's kind of a newer term, I think. You don't hear it very often, but sauropod, or sauropod. I say sauropod just so people don't mistake me for... They don't think I'm saying sauropod. It's confusing. Anyway, the thyreophorian dinosaurs, the armored dinosaurs, the stegosaurs, and the ankylosaurs, and the scelidosaurs, they all get wiped out too. All of these guys die, except for the birds. And it's only a handful of bird species that survived anyway. It was a bad time to be a creature on planet Earth at the end of the Cretaceous period, I tell you what. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff.
The tail of Dreadnoughtus is absolutely massive. We discovered most of the tail. It was articulated, meaning that the bones were still in contact with each other.
There you go,
like in
Cochlin. Cochlin's dwarf,
Like
yeah.
Dreadnoughtus, it's not easy to move. And here's a little bit more of the tail. Let's see if I can get this on the right way. It's got a little registration mark here. It looks like it goes on.
Registration mark. I wonder if he... Oh, maybe he's thinking of that in terms of like molding and casting. Or maybe he's got experience with plastic models. But a registration mark, yeah.
Very, very large dinosaur. It's 5 feet long. It's quite a model.
Oh, hello, sweetie pie.
I like the posture that they have it in. Dreadnoughtus should be just about horizontal, should be parallel with the ground. It's not like a brachiosaur with the long forelimbs, the hind limb, and the forelimbs.
Although some people would disagree. Evidently, among them, Darren Naish, who was the lead consultant on Prehistoric Planet at Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie, you're in front of the camera again. We're getting a total Sweetie eclipse, or near total at least. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, what do you think of the brachiosaur here, Sweetie Pie? What do you think of this brachiosaur? Yeah. Anywho, we're prepared for this eventuality. We can just do this now.
To be just about the same length. I think these dinosaurs essentially held their bodies parallel to the ground. If you start to lift your neck up like this, there's all kinds of plumbing problems. I mean, how did they not pass out from doing that? They'd have to have special check valves. And we don't know if they had those, but also most of the food is down there. There's not that much food up here.
That's a
good
point.
These creatures clearly had a lifelong obsession with eating, so I imagine that they held...
Do you have a lifelong obsession with eating, Sweetie Pie? Do you? Do you? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think you have a healthy relationship with eating. I'll say it. I think you do. Yeah. Yeah, and we got you on diet food, so it makes that easier.
Their necks low or pretty parallel with the ground. Oh, look, the mouth opens. Oh, that's good. Yeah, so we found a single tooth of Dreadnoughtus. They have tiny teeth, even though they're huge, huge animals the size of a house. They have little teeth. They don't do any chewing in their mouth. Their teeth are just like the rakes, the tines on a garden rake.
Pretty universally true, sauropods.
Strip the vegetation from the landscape.
No chewing.
Gulp it down whole. And then their stomach, which might be the size of a horse, is filled with bacteria, and
their stomach, not the size of a horse's stomach, the size of a horse. So, yeah. Big, big, big stomach. The size of a horse's body is the stomach on one of these guys. There we go.
They just let the bacteria do all the work for them. So it's a very efficient way of taking in calories. Also, with this long neck, a Dreadnoughtus can stand in one spot and move that neck from side to side.
Called sweep feeding.
Sweeping out a huge envelope of vegetation
Kerry Woodruff, we were
taking
talking about
tens of
earlier.
thousands of calories.
That's
while
one of his
expending very few. Because if you're an
one of
animal
his
this
good
size, what
one
does
of
it
his
really
best publications, in my
It
opinion, is about
represents
sweep feeding.
a huge surplus of calories in versus calories out.
Yeah, so shoot, there's we're rabbit holing here a little bit, but in a good way. I'd be remiss if I didn't give you a link to this lovely video here with well, here's Kerry Woodruff right here.
Here in Montana, outside of Livingston, Montana, are very important for us to understand scientifically. So many of the specimens, even this one right here, that was actually prepared by the preparation staff at the Mifune Dinosaur Museum, are really helping us understand how long-necked dinosaurs grew.
Anyway, Kerry just graduated with his PhD a couple of years ago, and there is a lovely long video with Kerry talking about these critters. Where is that? Is it here?
Ago and it's ravaged my throat.
It
so
is here.
I sound like a 40
Yes.
smoker, but please pardon that. Sauropods represent some of our most classic and iconic of dinosaurs.
Anyway, here's speaking of sweep feeding.
So I took the muscle proportions of the Watusi, reconstructed them onto a sauropod, and also reconstructed this split ligament system. But during this whole project, there was something that was deeply troubling me.
Yeah.
And that was Thompson's sauropod suspension bridge model. And the big reason that this was troubling me, and it'd been so popular for time immemorial, but the big issue is a bridge is meant for static forces.
Yeah.
Right? A bridge is meant to be stable and things move over it. Generally speaking, if you have a moving bridge, there is a problem. So I kept thinking
Yeah,
about
like
sauropod
the
suspension
Tacoma
bridge.
Narrows
While
Bridge, Galloping Gertie.
Officially, there were elements of it that certainly I think are suitable and analogous. It's not a really good model for the sauropod bow plan. And I
Yeah.
kept thinking about this, and it kept troubling me. And I was driving along with my ex-wife one day to go visit her grandparents.
It's
and
such
I
a cool
was thinking
story.
about this, and we were driving in Montana, and I happened to look off in a field, and I see a thing out in this field that I've seen 1,000 times before in a field. But I realized there in the moment that was my Newton's apple. That
What do you think he saw, chat? What did he see out in the field? Not the field like doing field work, but like a literal field. What did he see out there? Any guesses? Do you know this, Salamander? A dinosaur, says Caterpiggle. Not quite. It wasn't a bird. Or a Mesozoic dinosaur. Not a fossil. Oh. Well, let's see here.
here I was looking at something that was what I thought was a perfect mechanical analog to a sauropod. I was so captivated with it that I, in fact, drove off the road, much to my ex-wife's dismay. And she couldn't understand why I was jumping out of the car and taking pictures of a central pivot irrigator.
Yep.
So those of you who may not be familiar with central pivot irrigators,
You're right,
they're a very
Jody Fish.
popular irrigation system here in the West.
Yep.
If you've ever been flying and you wonder what all those circles are, it's because of these pivot irrigators.
Yeah. So these are what we call crop circles. No, I'm just kidding. But that is central pivot irrigation that does that. And that reminds me. Here we go.
Now, in a
Yeah.
moment, we'll be raffling off our grand prize, a ride on the famous Duff Beer Blimp.
A ride on the Duff Blimp.
You see the circular pattern on those fields? That's from Central Pivot Irrigation.
Wow.
See?
Now let's see what's happening at the Super Bowl.
Oops, sorry.
Homer, Homer, Homer.
Anyway, central pivot irrigation.
If you've ever been flying and you wonder what all those circles are, it's because of these pivot irrigators.
Yep.
And a lot of pivot irrigators, the way they're designed is they have this long horizontally extended piece, that's the sprayer.
Yep.
And then they have these V-shaped brackets that run along the top and a left and right cable that's
And there you go,
suspended
Doom Guy.
between
Oh, yeah.
these V-shaped brackets. And they are, in fact, when the central pivot irrigator was actually introduced to the world in the 1976 issue of Science magazine, it was hailed and purposely designed that way for dealing with stresses as it moves left and right in a field. So
Yep.
I argued that the central pivot irrigator is a much more better mechanical analog to certain sauropods.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole key to this, what I think is the sort of the linchpin, the success story of this, is that split ligament.
Yep.
Now, a lot of animals take advantage of
Anyway, this is a really, really cool talk, and I'll give you the link here. Harry Woodruff talks all about sauropods during this. He is one of the world's foremost authorities on sauropod dinosaurs. So if you want to bring your understanding of sauropod dinosaurs into the 21st century, I highly recommend bookmarking this talk and
plan of a
listening
sauropod
to it
comes
while
to
you do the
mind.
dishes or something like
And
that.
so sauropods have basically,
Wonderful
ever
stuff.
since
Wonderful
their
stuff.
discovery, have always graced the public's perception of dinosaurs. And this ranges from the logo of Sinclair Oil, which, of course, actually has to get its history because of paleontology expeditions digging up sauropods in the American West.
Anyway, back to the sweep feeding thing. So I helped Carrie make this illustration. Yeah. There's one of the illustrations in this paper. I didn't do this, but I advised him partly on how to do that. He was kind of messing around with Photoshop. I'm like, yeah, let me give you some pointers here. But I did one of the line illustrations in this. Woodruff, sauropod, nuchal ligament. Here we go. I think that's it right there. Yeah. Download full text PDF. Bingo. And there you go, Salamander. Yeah, it's entertaining stuff. And it's really well done, that talk. Here's the 2017 paper. Nuchal ligament reconstructions in diplodocid sauropods supporting horizontal neck feeding postures. And... oh, did it not make it into the final paper? Maybe it didn't. Shoot, maybe it's in the sub-info. But I did a simple line drawing of a dissected cattle nuchal ligament. And maybe it didn't make it into the final paper. Shoot. At any rate, here is a link if you want to read that paper. Maybe it's in the sub-info. Figure 7. References, citations. Huh. I can show you the illustration that I did. I guess it didn't make it into the final paper. Let me find that. And let's see, finished images. Nuchal, here we go. Yeah. This really, really simple kind of weighted line illustration of this nuchal ligament from the dissected Watusi cow. Yeah. Anyhow. Oh, I'm sorry, Suryogi-wan. Shoot. I can show you other illustrations I've done in other people's papers. But, yeah, anywho. Interesting stuff. The whole sweep feeding idea. So the idea is basically, these guys have got these ligaments that run over the tops of their necks right there, over those bifurcated neural spines, and then just by contracting one side a little bit, the whole neck would go like that. Just sweep from side to side with extremely limited energy there. Yeah. And wait, is that it right there, Jody Fish? Oh yeah, there it is, in the paper. Excellent. Yeah, there's my illustrations there. Drawings by D. Anduza. Thank you, Jody Fish. I appreciate that. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, there's my illustrations there in the paper. And it was in a different paper. Ah, okay. View publication. It wasn't in the Sauropod one, it was in the one leading up to the Sauropod one. Sauropod one was 2017, this was 2014. So there you go. But yeah, there's my illustration. Drawings by D. Anduza. There we go. No longer boycotting. Thank you, Sir Yogi One. And I will be rescinding any refunds that we promised earlier. Thank you, Jody Fish. Thank you. By the way, Jody Fish, this is probably overdue. There we go. What do you mean question mark? Look at that emblem there. Thank you for, thank you for your contributions to this channel, Jody Fish, through always keeping me honest, looking things up. That's, yeah, it's a VIP badge. Thank you, Jody Fish. Anywho, sauropods. Cool dinosaurs indeed.
That's how I proposed was the sustained mechanism to the lateral sweep feeding of Stevenson Parish, was that people had always wondered with this, like, well, how could they sustain moving their neck side to side for so long? So in this case, the sauropod spends a little bit of muscle energy moving its neck one way or another, and then it can just, using that elastic energy, sweeping side to side to feed. And again, these things are probably feeding, 15, 18 hours a day. So
Yeah.
they need a more sufficient way to sustain it. So this Apatosaurus could, sweeping, clear one area of vegetation, take one step forward, and it's in an entirely new swath of vegetation, which is way more energy efficient. Because think about it. If you're feeding from a tree, what do you always have to do? You always have to walk around your tree, right?
Yep.
The tree doesn't move in relation to you. So
Unless you knock
again,
it
the
over.
fact that this horizontal sweep feeding is...
I kind of suspect that some sauropod dinosaurs were knocking over trees, but then you got to make sure that you knock over the tree in such a way that it doesn't fall on your neck and squish your head, which, when you got a small head like these guys, it'd be something you'd have to watch out for.
way more energy efficient. So a way to sustain feeding in these titanic animals.
Yep.
So that's next. The second part we'll talk at that's near and dear is I like their sauropod life history, so how they grew up.
Yeah, so they hatched out of fairly small eggs, as we were talking about toward the beginning of the stream. But anyway, if you want to hear more about this, excellent talk. If you only watch one video on sauropod dinosaurs this year, or for the rest of your life, whatever, watch this video. Kerry Woodruff will walk you through it. He's one of the world authorities on sauropod dinosaurs, and I'm really looking forward to actually bringing him on here as a guest, hopefully at some point soon. Yeah. Anyhow. And then here's a link to this video with Kenneth Lacavara, with his dinosaur Dreadnoughtus that was made into a toy, and this is pretty cool to watch him talk about this. We're not going to watch the whole thing, because you know what? It's been 5 hours now, and I've got to go use the little paleontologist room. I've been streaming for the past 5 hours. It's bathroom time. And it's time to wrap up this stream. So let's go ahead and do that. Do not go away just yet, though. We're going to be raiding into somebody else, doing some science here on Twitch. Let's do that. Who else is on right now? Thank you to everybody whose names are appearing here in our credits. New followers, resubscribers, gifters, and cheerers. All the good folks. I have a link for you. Where can I send it? You can whisper it to me, Kodali. Or, no, better yet, send it to paleontologizing@gmail.com. Yeah. Even better. We are going to go right into Science Streams. We'll see what Belinda's up to. Doing some Microscopy Monday. Looking under the microscope. That is going to be cool. Let's go do that. Thank you again to everybody appearing in our credits. Moderators, thank you for your work keeping this train on its tracks. Thank you, cheerers, for the contributions there. Thank you, gifters and subscribers and followers, question askers and lurkers and enthusers. Thank you, everybody. And raiders, too, with Cosmo Quest 10. Appreciate you all. Thank you for making this a fun stream. And, yeah. You can see now, I guess, why I'd be so excited about this animal and why I thought this would be a lovely teaching tool. So, yeah. Look forward to more sauropod discussion in the future. And tomorrow, holy cow, 4-year Streamiversary special. Don't miss it. It is going to be a ton of fun. Oh, man. 4 years. 4 years ago, tomorrow, I started streaming. We're going to have a nice retrospective. It's going to be... Oh, man, it's going to be fun. I hope you'll join us for that. It's going to be like a clip show, but with... Oh, even more fun. Join us for that. Let's go right into Science Streams. I'll see you later, everybody.